So it is 10:15, and I am going to call to order the regular council meeting of October the 22nd. We have an agenda in front of us. Are there any additions to the agenda? Councillor Cunningham.
I'm going to add Division 5 council and committee reports, please.
Division 5. Okay, that'll be 9.2. Councillor Penner?
Drum solid waste.
So 9.3 will be drum solid waste. Councillor McGee.
Cape, please.
9.4, Central Alberta Economic Partnership. I have an addition, 9.5, which would be a Division 7 report. And I have one short item under closed session, section 16, third-party business.
What are we having for supper?
And somebody wants to know what supper's menu will be. Any other additions to the agenda? I think that was a suggestion of no. Councillor Christie.
If not, I'll move the agenda as amended.
Thank you for that. So we have a motion to approve the agenda as amended. All those, just hang on before we do that. Councillor Phobes, did you have anything that you needed to add to the agenda? No? Okay, good. Okay. Motion to approve the agenda as amended. Oh, sorry, Ms. Vanderkool.
Did somebody put on the agenda the Division 1 update report that was sent yesterday?
Oh.
That's what the Central Alberta Economic Partnership is.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. All right. So 9.1 was Community Futures Wildrose, 9.2 Division 5, 9.3 Drum Solid Waste, 9.4 was Cape, and 9.5 was Division 7. Okay, so we have a motion to receive the agenda as amended. All those in favor? And that's carried unanimously. The regular council meeting minutes of October the 8th were pre-circulated. Are there any corrections, errors, omissions? Deputy Reeve McGee.
I move that we adopt the minutes of October 8th, 2024, regular meeting of council as presented.
Okay. So we have a motion to approve the adoption of the minutes from October the 8th, regular council meeting as presented. Any discussion? Not all those in favor? That's carried unanimously. Thank you very much. All right, the first item on our agenda, and we're all looking very much forward to it, is 4.1, the 2025 core operating budget presentation. And welcome back, Ms. von Merbach. And I wasn't kidding when I said I'm looking forward to it. So welcome here, and any time that you are ready, we'll go for it.
Good morning, Reeve and members of council. Today is the second part of our 2025 budget presentations. Once again, before I get started, I'd like to acknowledge my appreciation for the effort and dedication shown by individuals across our organization in preparing this core operating budget, which will be presented today. This presentation is the result of countless hours of collaboration, analysis, and careful planning from departments at every level. With that said, I'm going to move on to reviewing the planned process for the 2025 budget and then on to the agenda for today.
Sorry.
No worries.
I'm sorry. Go ahead. Yeah,
Absolutely.
please.
So on October 8th, we presented kind of the setting the stage of where the budget is being prepared from, as well as the proposed projects for 2025. Today, we're going to look at the core operating budget. And so the intent of today is to gather any questions and requests for additional information relating to that core operating budget. We will then coordinate the required resources to address those requests during the November council meetings. Oh, sorry. So then again, during the November 12th and the November 26th council meetings, we'll bring requested information back to council, including any presentations for specific projects or operating budget items. And we'll also facilitate discussions to balance the operating budget. So that means bringing up that dashboard that we've built, allowing council to see that big picture of what's being decided on, how that impacts ratepayers, how that impacts fees, et cetera. Following that, that will conclude the operating budget deliberations and discussions, or at least that's the intent. We will make any necessary amendments with the intent of proposing a finalized draft budget for council's consideration at the December 10th council meeting. I'll also note that in November, we will bring forward the Q3 variance report, which will just provide some context as to where the 2024 budget is compared to how we're actually performing in the year and how we expect to be sitting at the very end of the year. So today's presentation has several different components. The first piece is an introduction, which includes 4 separate components. The first of which is an overview of the guiding principles approved by council in May that were used to guide the budget process. The second piece is an actual overview of the budget process, kind of how the budget ends up in front of council every year and all the steps that happen before that. And we're going to look at a review of property tax assessment and kind of how that impacts the budgeting process, how it impacts our operating revenues. And then I'll do a high-level situational recap of the environment in which the budget was developed and to highlight trends affecting the operating budget. Some of that will be kind of a repeat of some things that were spoken about in October 8th, and some of it is also new information that's just more relevant to the operating budget itself. After I've kind of done that introduction, I'll go through the core operating budget. So that represents all the revenues and expenditures that are prepared in line with offering the same level of service that was included in the 2024 budget. So when we put that forward, really what we're looking at is if we want to do the same thing that we did in 2024, this is what it's going to cost us in 2025 to do. And I'll explain sort of the fluctuations that have happened between 2024 and 2025 and how that's impacted the budget. Then I will look at doing a budget overview. So this pulls the pieces from October 8th together with the pieces that we're going to look at today to kind of show council that high-level picture of where the budget sits. Then I'll look at the 3-year operating forecast. So just like on October 8th, where we kind of did an overview of the 5-year capital project forecast, I'll look at the 3-year forecast and kind of give council a high-level understanding of what that looks like. We're not looking for that to be approved today. We'll bring that forward in December, but it's just to give council an idea of some of the trends that are upcoming that we're aware of as administration. And then finally, we'll have a short section on kind of next steps. So that looks at what the remainder of this budget process looks like and how we move towards council adopting a balanced budget in December. Okay, so the first thing I'm going to do is just look at just a high-level overview of the guiding principles that were approved by council in May. This is not the full guiding budget guidelines, but these are sort of the key ones that are included within that document. The first is alignment with council's strategic plan. So this ensures that administration considers council's priorities when developing both the core operating budget and proposed projects. The second is sustaining existing service levels. This aims to ensure that the budget aligns with existing service levels. And maintaining competitive tax rates. So administration acknowledges that competitive tax rates are an important function of ensuring long-term viability of the county for both residential and non-residential growth. And we'll look at reviewing and recommending adjustments to service fees and rates as necessary. This means that administration reviews rates and fees to ensure they align with comparative municipalities, and that we're prepared to recommend rate adjustments with respect to balancing the budget. So typically that doesn't mean we've built rate adjustments into the core operating budget, but that when we're doing analysis on those, we're then prepared when we look at balancing the budget with council to say, here would be the impact if you increased taxes or water revenues or these types of things. And then we look at continuing to implement and monitor a proactive infrastructure renewal strategy. This means that administration continues to work through the development of an asset management plan, which will enable the county to make informed database decisions related to investment in asset repairs, rehabilitation, and replacement. This plan also ensures that the county is compliant with these guidelines identified by the government of Alberta with the Guide for Municipal Asset Management Plans. So we're sort of anticipating that in the future, some grant funding might be predicated on having solid asset management plans in the background. And so some of what we're doing is really leading us into a place where we're really well positioned for that potential future state. That's not applicable in Alberta yet, but it is in other provinces in the country. So we kind of know that that's likely a trend that will come our way. And then the last piece is enhancing the customer experience. So this ensures that stakeholders are considered within operational and project plans. These guidelines provide administration with a formal set of guiding principles for the budget and the forecasting process. With these principles in place, administration worked towards the development of the 2025 budget. It's important to note that the budget continues to follow a rigorous budgetary process that's focused on containing costs and implementing best practices, with the goal of demonstrating leadership in financial management. To support the lowest possible tax increase while maintaining service levels, we've established and followed a strict process to evaluate funding requests. We've utilized a thorough multi-layered review process, and we've reinforced priorities through business planning and best practices. So the next piece I'm going to look at is just kind of how the budget ends up in front of council in every year. So we look at some of the inputs that we look at when we're considering the budget, and we look at things like legislative impacts. So as provincial policy changes, that impacts our overall budget. For example, in the 2025 budget, there's a revenue increase reflected as a result of the ending of the oil and gas tax holiday. We look at existing standards. So this means understanding current standards and ensuring that the budget presented to council has allocations to maintain those standards. This can be reflected as increases or decreases to revenues and expenses that are based on existing rates and fees and expenditure requirements. We also look at addressing service levels. So this means considering whether there are service deficiencies that are not in alignment with council's service levels. This involves reviewing existing work plans, achievements, and challenges during the year, and discussions with staff across the organization. Where applicable, adjustments are made to address deficiencies and to return them to council-adopted service levels. If these are minor adjustments, they are typically just built into the core operating budget and likely communicated to council as we go through this presentation. Whereas if there's a significant adjustment that's going to require us to align to a service level, that's typically presented to council as a new initiative. So it's sort of, that allows us to provide more transparency with respect to significant budget fluctuations. And this allows for more concrete council deliberations if there's something that's going to significantly impact the budget. We also look at cost pressures. So this involves assessing significant pressures on the budget. Historically, this has primarily been items related to provincial policy decisions, as in addition to high inflation rates. For 2025, we've seen some stabilizing inflation rates, but we still see the cost pressures related to the cost of goods and services. The final component we look at is growth, taking into consideration the county's existing assessment and forecasted growth and assessment. This could also mean looking at growth in the other services provided by county operations. And we kind of look at how this slide kind of represents how the operating budget is funded versus how projects are funded. So when we look at the operating budget, the primary revenue sources are property taxes and user fees, and those fund the operating budget itself. Then within the operating budget, there's allocations to contribute money into reserves. And these are basically the county putting money away for the long-term sustainability of the organization. And then you look at operating and capital projects that pull money out of those reserves to fund those requirements. So some years you're going to have more money going into reserves from the operating budget than we're pulling out, and some years you're going to have more money being pulled out than we're putting in. And that's the mechanism of those reserve funds, is in order to allow those fluctuations to happen without affecting the tax rate every single year, because it's not something standard. There's also revenues for projects that are related to grants, so the MSI or now LGFF grant funding, and there's also the CCBF grant funding. Those ones are ones we typically get an allocation of funding each year, and we can apply it to different projects that suit what that is. Those aren't actually grants that we have to go through a full application process in order to receive. Next, we look at the levels of review that happen within the budget process. It's an extensive process that reinforces priorities through business planning, evaluation, and best practices. The budget presented today was designed initially by managers and underwent multiple layers of review prior to presentation here. Each departmental budget is reviewed and endorsed by senior management and the CAO, as well as vetted by the finance department. This ensures alignment with council's strategic plan and the budget guiding principles adopted by council. We also acknowledge that the budget is a balancing act. It's a policy and planning document that outlines the priorities of the municipality, and it has some competing priorities that have to be considered as we get towards a balanced budget. On one end, we take into consideration the needs of the community, the provision of levels of service that ratepayers have come to expect, the prudent management of critical infrastructure that supports the provision of those services, and compliance with legislative requirements, compared to what we can afford, taking into consideration the revenue options available at our disposal. We have to evaluate what is deemed to be a reasonable tax burden, appropriate user fee levels, as well as utilization of reserves that support future long-term sustainability. Municipalities in Alberta are required to adopt a balanced budget, meaning revenues must be sufficient to pay all expenses. That's sort of how the budget gets in front of council section of my report. Are there any further questions before I look at some of the assessment trending and how that affects the budget?
Any questions? I think you're good to go on. Thank you.
Wonderful. So this section kind of looks at how assessment changes and how that then affects the taxes that the county is able to collect. So when we look at assessment, there's multiple things that can affect how assessment shifts from year to year. And really assessment is the value of properties within the county, and they're, depending on what type of property is, they're valued at with different methods. So there's a few things that can kind of affect all different classes of assessment, regardless of how they're assessed. And so that includes growth, so including new homes, improvements on existing properties, industrial infrastructure, businesses within the assessment base. And then you look at things that can affect the different independent classes within our assessment base. So the first one is non-residential. The vast majority of our non-residential property is assessed by the province with specific modifiers and specific ways that they depreciate property and how they value it. So when you look at some of the non-residential, commercial is actually assessed by our assessors, is not a provincially regulated assessment component, and it can fluctuate based on the operations occurring from a property or whether improvements were made to it. Then you look at DIP, or designated industrial property, as well as linear assessment, and this is where it's regulated by the province. And assessment for these items fluctuates based on asset ages and characteristics. So for provincially regulated assessment, there's depreciation factors and assessment modifiers, which are the driving factor for assessment shifts. And some of those are things that we can have some high-level understanding of what the province might be doing, but a lot of the time we're not quite sure what they're going to do and exactly how that's going to impact us. So when we're going through the process, we try to do our best to understand what that's going to look like, but really until we get the final assessment numbers in the new year, we don't fully know. So when we go through the budget, we recommend what we can based on the knowledge we have, and then that gets further refined when we actually go to develop the tax rate bylaw each year. We also look at farmland. Again, this is a property that's regulated by the province, and it's assessed based on its productive value. So that's the ability for the land to produce income from the growing crops or the raising of livestock. And so this is determined using a process that sets a value for the best soil and makes adjustments for less than optimal conditions. And it's needless to say, it is not based on the market in any way, shape, or form. And then you look at residential. Residential can be affected by market demand, which affects the market value, and again, the assessed value of residential properties. So because the majority of the county's assessment base is regulated by the province, the provincial policy decisions can have a major impact on our assessment base, which has a resulting impact on our taxation base. I'd also note things like with our residential properties, they typically are growing not by growth because there's new volume of residential properties, but they're growing by market growth, which means that even if we maintain tax rates the same this year as they were last year, typically a residential ratepayer is likely to pay more this year than they did last year. Which has kind of resulted in us often actually decreasing the residential mill rate to try and maintain that effect on ratepayers. But that also provides challenges when the province is controlling how our non-residential properties are assessed and potentially decreasing those values. So we end up in a place where it's really hard to maintain that 5-to-1 ratio that the province has implemented and still find a way to get to a balanced budget. And that's where we kind of pull. Sometimes we have some of those reserves are really built to be able to streamline some of that when we run into those challenges. This slide looks at the assessment trends from the last 10 years. The largest shift in assessment has been in non-residential, where between 2015 and 2024, we've seen a 19.6% decline in the total assessment. This is primarily related to the aging of linear assets and provincial policy changes such as the shallow gas relief. Residential assessment saw some reductions between 2015 and 2017, but has been climbing at a steady pace since then. We've seen about a 6.2% increase over the same time period, where we lost 19.6% of our non-residential. Farmland assessment basically remains steady with little to no variation since 2015. Again, this is because it's a provincially regulated class of assessment. Then we look at wells. So typically, like the vast majority of our assessment base is related to provincial regulated assessment, most of which is oil and gas infrastructure. And so this trend is kind of aligns with that prior one where we've lost a significant amount of assessment base in non-residential. You can see there was a ton of development in the early 2000s and then that dropped. And so as those assets that were put in the early 2000s have been depreciated, their value is dropping, and the new assets coming in line are not offsetting that loss. And that's even just taking aside provincial policy decisions. That's sort of just the way that assessment has been for quite a long time. And as council is well aware, between 2022 and 2024, the new wells and pipelines didn't pay property taxes, but we will start seeing those in 2025. Okay, that concludes my section that kind of speaks to taxes and assessment and how they impact what we're looking at today. And then I'm just going to do a bit of a situational recap on kind of where the budget sits, some of the other things that we considered when we were looking through the budget process. So again, these are kind of just a high-level overview of what we looked at on October 8th in more depth. Some of the points of consideration that we consider looking forward have been captured here as challenges. The one is maintaining service levels with minimum tax burden impacts. With the compounding budget pressures of recent years and the intent to maintain existing service levels, it will continue to be a challenge to balance the budget while maintaining moderate tax increases. There's also the provincial policy uncertainty. The assessment model review is still lingering with uncertainty around what it will look like and the future impact of for the county. And there's also talk about this mature asset strategy, which relates to oil and gas assets with low production volume and how they are assessed. At this time, there's not enough information available to really know how that's going to affect the county, but it is likely that it will affect us. And then third, we've got lacking provincial and federal support. Grant programs haven't been increasing in line with inflation, which leaves municipalities with less support from upper levels of government. In addition, there's been a trend of offloading provincial expenditures like policing costs onto municipalities. Those are kind of our significant challenges that we look at when we're kind of doing the budget and looking forward. But there are some positive trends to be noted as well. The first one is tax collection success rates. Only a few budget cycles ago, we had $1.1 million in the budget to account for potential tax write-offs, almost exclusively related to the oil and gas industry. We've since lowered that number to $100,000, and overall tax collection rates are positive, with limited arrears taxes at risk of being uncollectible. In addition, the province has made steps to mitigate the risk of excessive write-offs from the past reoccurring. We also have basically no reliance on borrowing. We're not reliant on borrowing to sustain operations or our infrastructure. While it might be possible that debt will be recommended as a funding source for future projects, it is not the case in the 2025 budget. We also have healthy reserves. With the current knowledge of our infrastructure base, we believe we have healthy reserves, and that is further strengthened when assessing comparable municipality reserve balances. At our current state with asset management, we don't have a full picture of the infrastructure gap within the county, but as we refine and collect the relevant data, we will be able to recommend optimal reserve balances and a long-term strategy to maintain critical infrastructure. We also have had real tax increases that are not excessive. The cost containment efforts that we've been utilizing to date, along with the strategic decisions of council, have resulted in real tax increases that have not been excessive in nature. This picture highlights that while the county has some challenges, it has and will continue to face, we are well positioned to address those challenges in a fiscally healthy manner, while continuing to provide a high level of service to ratepayers with manageable impacts, all while continuing to support long-term financial sustainability. This slide looks at some of the 2024 budget to actuals that we reported on at Q2. While a further refined year-end forecast will be presented to Council in November with the Q3 report, I'm going to highlight just a couple trends that were observed during the second quarter report. The main metric that we monitor with quarterly reports is the comparison of actual results to the budget and as forecasted to year-end. In the second quarter report, the core operating budget had a forecasted 1.5% variance. Typically, this is seen to be below the optimal range of variances. When margins are too thin, operations risks one event, resulting in a deficit for the year. There were also additional trends observed in the second quarter, which are also relevant to consider. There were favorable revenue variances, which, where applicable, have been reflected within the proposed operating budget as increased revenues. However, the majority of the favorable revenue variances were anticipated to some degree and will be transferred to reserves to ensure long-term funding of the county's capital infrastructure. I'll also note that at the Q2 report, we had a less than 1% variance forecasted for expenditures. This includes a few small favorable variances and a few unfavorable variances within that category. Again, when I bring that Q3 report, we'll have further refined those numbers and have a better picture of where we think we'll be at the end of the year. Another 3 months of data gives us more, right? We'll be 3/4 of the way through the year instead of halfway. At this point, I don't have a really good idea of where that sits. It's kind of my next step after this presentation is to deep dive into that data. But in November, Council will get a really clarified picture that will be updated from that Q2 report. This slide looks at inflation versus revenues. So a trend that's been observed in recent years is the decrease in revenues, primarily related to provincial policy decisions. However, additional revenues are also not keeping up with inflation rates. So this slide has one line for inflation, that's that darker one that's on the top. And while this is a CPI indicator, it's not an MPI, a municipal price index indicator. It is still a relevant comparator to where we're kind of sitting and how revenues are trending in line with how things are changing around us. A municipal indicator would be a little bit more relevant and likely would actually be even higher than what CPI is from all indicators. We're just not quite at a place where we've actually been able to calculate that, and it's not something that's actually broadly calculated across the province or the country in that way. So for municipal revenues, we've included taxation revenues, which represents 88% of all county revenue. We've included the sale of goods and services, which includes items like water distribution fees, bulk water, dust control, oil field inspections, bylaw enforcement, campgrounds, park fees, and accounts for about 5% of revenues. Then there's core revenues, which include planning licenses, water access agreement, management fees, service agreements, rental income, penalties and fines, and return on investment, and accounts for about 7% of all of our revenues. The trends noted on this slide are both a positive indicator of the county's ability to maintain costs and limit rate increases for ratepayers, but it also proves to be a challenge for budget constraints due to limited increased revenue generation. So it's both a positive thing that we've been able to maintain those increases and not have them exceed inflation, but it also means that some of those cost-cutting methods that have worked in the past are kind of hitting their wall, and so we're going to have to look at how council adapts service levels or what those look like in order to continue to balance the budget each year. Just this one kind of follows up with how revenues have changed. This is actually our total taxation revenue chart. And again, that makes up about 88% of our total revenue base. You can see that tax revenues collected decreased from 2015 to 2018 and have seen a gradual upward trend since then. For the first time in 2024, they actually were slightly above what was received in 2015. Comparatively, there's been a cumulative 26% increase in inflation over that same time period. So without increasing that total tax revenue, the gap can only be addressed through things like cost containment, increases in other revenues, or reductions in levels of service. And again, we've done a really good job, and council's done a really good job of ensuring that the first thing we look at is cost containment, not increasing revenues, not adjusting in other ways. However, again, it hits a point where there's limits to what you can do. And when you look at the Q2 report, having a less than 1% forecasted variance to year end on expenditures, that's another good indicator that basically all the cost containment that is feasible at the current levels of service has been done by administration on the inside, and now it becomes bigger council decisions and direction in order to figure out whether it's increasing revenues to close those gaps, whether it's changing service levels to close those gaps, whether it's increasing other rates and fees, and what that looks like. Similar to the slide where we compare revenues against inflation, this slide looks at expenditures as compared to inflation. Again, it's got that top line is inflation, and across the board, all three categories of expenditures that we've tracked have maintained under inflationary levels. And again, I'll note that again, this is CPI noted on this slide, it's not MPI. We'd really like to get to a point where we can put MPI in there and really find a basket of goods that we can track that's more in line with what the county offers. But that doesn't mean that CPI isn't a reasonable indicator and a comparator to kind of look at. The expenditure line items listed include contract and general services, which makes up 12% of total expenditures, and includes items like professional fees, software licensing, training and development, contracted repairs and maintenance, insurance, recycling programming, public land mowing, and advertising costs. Then there's materials, goods, supplies, and utilities, which make up 15% of total expenditures and include items like fuel, maintenance shop supplies, utilities, general department supplies, road maintenance supplies, and weed control chemicals. Then that core expenditure line makes up 72% of total expenditures, and it includes salaries, provision for allowances, purchases from other governments, community grant programs, transfers to other governments for urban and fire agreements, FCSS and Marigold Library contributions, and gravel inventory projects. Like with the revenue slide, the trends noted related to expenditures present both a positive story and a challenge moving forward. We've been able to moderate the growth of expenditures at under inflationary levels due to increased efficiencies and prudent financial management. However, there are minimal further strategies of this nature that are possible without increasing funding or amending service levels. So this concludes the situational recap component of my presentation today. Before I move on to looking through the core operating budget and flagging all the trends that have happened within there, are there any questions?
Okay, thank you for that. Questions? Anyone have a question at this point? Councillor Cunningham.
So just kind of interesting, a course that I'm taking, it's very timely, and one question that the instructor excuse me, posed to us was, do your citizens know the levels of service? And how do you communicate those to ratepayers? And I just thought that was very interesting, especially now when we're talking about levels of service. And the other one he asked was, how do we as council know these are being applied? My answer was, that goes by the number of phone calls that I happen to be getting. But yeah, I just thought it was a very interesting, timely question when we are talking about service levels. So, yeah.
Mr. Hogan.
Mr. Reeve, that a timely question. I'm actually happy to sort of address that. Is this past year we've undertaken a pilot project in one of our departments to actually formalize that exact thing. We're still tweaking that, and we're looking to expand that. But within, I'm not talking in the next month or two, but it is something that internally we're working on as we get a chance to actually put that list together. So we're not there yet, but we are working towards it. So it's a bit of a good news.
Okay, thank you for that clarification. Deputy Reeve, you had a question?
I do. If you could go back to the slide. Our black line there is inflation that's being experienced. I just wanted to highlight from how I'm reading this graph is when we looked at 2019, our costs were, in comparison, was quite a short gap, whereas that gap we've managed to increase. And I think that really speaks highly of our administration's ability to work with the funds we have. We are still spending considerably less than what inflation would predict us to do. Am I understanding that graph correctly?
Through the chair, yes, that first 2019 year isn't actually tied to 2018, so it looks a little bit closer than it might if we'd been able to extrapolate that even further back. We didn't do that, so it shows the trends that have happened since 2019, where we had a widening gap for sure between 2020 and like 21 and 2022 specifically, and then they've kind of started to slowly close that gap a little bit. And again, some of that is indicative that those first couple of years we managed to find some things that were cost efficiencies. We were able to pool some funding between departments to limit overages, like as a broad organization. And that as you see that shortening, it's really that, again, that indicator that that's kind of, we've reached the end of being able to do that. And it's to some degree, those increases are going to have to start keeping up more closely with inflation.
Are there any other questions at this point? Okay, I'm not seeing any, so if you want to continue, please.
Absolutely. Okay, so with all the kind of introduction pieces put out there, I'm going to go through the actual proposed core operating budget. And again, I'll reiterate that the core operating budget is administration intending to operate the same way we did in 2024. So all the fluctuations that are happening within this are really things that are going to need to happen in order to maintain the same service levels that we did in 2024. Anything that's really outside of that has been presented to council as proposed projects. And really that's to facilitate a simpler discussion process with council, where really when we put a project forward, those are the items that are like, how does council want to proceed with this? That's not to say that nothing can change in the core operating budget. It just sort of means that really to change stuff in the core operating budget, we're looking at changing something and doing something differently than we did in 2024. And that even applies to when we go through council deliberations, whether we're trying to increase water revenues or we need to increase taxation revenues. Those are discussion points that will then change what the alignment with 2024. But really what's in front of council today is this is what it will cost, or what the revenues will look like if we do the same thing we did this year, or try to.
Try to.
Yes. So overall revenues have increased by $728,000 or about 2.4%. I'll go through and detail all the fluctuations, but primarily this relates to an increase in property tax revenues, which are reflective of the ending of the oil and gas tax holiday. So again, that's not increasing rates, that's not changing any rates, that's just our assessment of how much revenue we believe will come online at the end of that tax holiday. And some of that is offset by a decrease of revenues, and that's just related to there isn't a budget balancing reserve transfer booked. So you see that transfer from reserves number is 0. That's because we haven't put anything in there that would maybe be used by council to balance the budget in lieu of other adjustments to revenues or expenditures. I've adjusted the layout of these slides a little bit. We've kind of also, instead of just looking at the variance, we've actually included what the 2024 budget and 2025 budget is. Within each section, we've just listed the items that have changed. So you might not have some items that are on par with last year might not be listed in these slides because the budget for them didn't change. As I go through each item, I'll talk about the things that are included there. So I might say something's included in that category, but you won't see it on the slide. That means whatever budget was there last year is the same as it is this year because we haven't seen any trending related to that item. So the first items is licenses and permits, and that has increased by $31,000. This is in anticipation of some revenues within that department for the year. Then there's operating grants with a proposed budget of $506,673, and this consists of operating grants distributed by the province. The increase just reflects actual funds received in 2024. We don't anticipate any decreases in those funds. It is conceivable that we might have a slight increase in some of them, but we're not aware of them, so we have not budgeted for that. Again, if that happens, we find that information later on. If it's before we present in December, we'll incorporate that in and communicate it to council. If it happened to be after, then council would be able to figure out what they wanted to do with that, whether that means putting the funds back in reserves or whatnot. Other revenue has a total proposed budget of $81,100. The only item so this consists of revenues which don't fit into specific other categories, most of which relates to the transportation department for industry activity. The only adjustment within this category relates to water modeling fees, for which the revenue has dropped by $3,900 from $10,000 to $6,100. Then we look at sales of goods and services, which has a total proposed budget of $834,000. This relates to, that number's wrong, there's something there. Anyways, this includes revenues related to water lines, bulk water stations, tax notifications, dust control, oil field inspections, snow plowing, fire inspection fees, subdivision fees, custom spraying, weed inspections, park fees, and campgrounds. So there's a couple items within this function for which the budgeted revenues have changed. I am gone way too far, sorry for that. Move my binder so it doesn't hit the button again. So within sales and goods and services, there's been a $55,000 increase to $180,000 in dust control revenues. So again, this isn't reflective of a change in the rates, it's just a reflective of what the type of revenues we've seen historically and anticipate to continue. There's a $37,411 increase related to bulk water revenues, and again, not from a rate change, just from historical trending patterns, and a $24,000 increase related to water distribution systems. There's other small adjustments of $2,950 to a total of $351,735. This is across multiple departments, which reflects adjustments in line with actual revenues. So there's a few categories where we've had a small increase, a small decrease to reflect actuals. The net result is a fairly small amount, and it's there were no big fluctuations within that category. Then we've got sales to other governments, which has a total proposed revenue budget of $126,000. This includes management fees paid to the county and service agreements with neighboring municipalities. The only revenue adjusted within this category was related to enforcement contracts, which has seen a $6,000 decrease from $26,000 to $20,000. Again, indicative of historical trending. Then rental income has a total proposed budget of $141,000. And this includes items that are rental of buildings owned by the county, income from snow plowing of private laneways, and the small increase relates to existing rental contracts. Moving on, we look at penalties and fines, which has a total proposed budget of $83,000. This includes penalties and fines related to taxes, utility billings, and enforcement services. There's a couple fluctuations here. Penalties on taxes has increased by $5,000 to a total of $70,000 revenue budgeted. This is based on trending in property tax penalties, and this is reflective of some of those changes that council made with how the property tax penalties are being implemented and some of the processes that have been put into place. Realistically, it's also a good sign because it means we have less arrears taxes that are requiring penalties to be levied on them. There's also a decrease in peace officer fines by $4,000 to a total of $7,000. And again, this is based on historical trending for this revenue item. Property taxes have a total proposed budget of $26,853,627. This item represents the net municipal portion of all property taxes collected by the county. And again, the item that represents the majority of our revenue base. The increase of $1,208,636 is reflecting anticipated revenues which will be received in relation to the ending of the oil and gas tax holiday. So there's been no allocation for an adjustment to rates and fees because that's something we'll look at when we talk about balancing the budget with council. I would note that we put in a somewhat conservative number for that increase amount because we really don't have a full comprehension of how assessment year modifiers might happen on those oil and gas assets, how they've been depreciated so far. We kind of have an indicator of the reporting that the province has provided us of what that amount has been historically. Our hope is that it's a little bit more positive when we actually get to doing the tax rate bylaw next year, which actually might facilitate us assisting that 5-to-1 ratio in being decreased. But we didn't want to put a number that was higher than that in here in case we were being too optimistic and then council was forced to potentially draw more money from reserves or something like that. So while we're fairly certain that $1.2 million will come online, it is possible it will be higher, but we were being conservative to ensure that we don't end up in a challenging position when we hit the tax rate bylaw in the new year. Special taxes and frontage has a total proposed budget of $248,985. This represents a special tax levy related to parcels of land with water connections, as well as the Trochu Recreation Levy. The Trochu Recreation Levy revenues have increased by $12,736. This is to align them with the rates that are actually in the 2024 bylaw. Again, it might fluctuate a little bit, but this is another item where we levy that out and then we contribute it back to Trochu. So it's an offsetting revenue and expenditure that doesn't hit the bottom line. There will also be the expiry of one levy in 2024 for the water distribution networks. And so there's a decrease of $57,338 in that item. And that also, again, decreases the amount that will be contributed to reserves on the expenditure side. Then we look at return on investments, which has a maintained total budget of $766,784. So we have not decreased this line item in alignment with the initial reserve strategy presented to council in October 2023. We did recommend that we slowly phase out this revenue line item over the next few years when we did that presentation. We acknowledge that revenues are still going to exceed that amount next year, even with a falling prime interest rate, and anything over and above that amount will still be contributed to reserves. We will put it forward. It'll be kind of a component within the dashboard if council so choose to start decreasing that line item in line with that reserve strategy. We just, at this time, we left it as is, so it's something that council can kind of acknowledge. And we understood that we were going to be in a deficit position with the proposed budget, so we didn't increase that in alignment with that. We also anticipate to kind of have some further discussions on the reserve strategy within 2025 that'll really refine that. And as we're building out that asset management database, again, that's going to further refine the support of moving that revenue over into reserves. But for now, we're fortunate that we're still getting more money than that amount. So we are still putting some extra into reserves by leaving that line item the way it is. Transfer from reserves has nothing booked here. And so the number in 2024 reflects the amount of money that council chose to pull out in order to balance the budget and not impact ratepayers with other revenue increases. I will note there's a little bit of a change with this line item. The reserve transfers related to operating projects aren't in here, and that was intentional. We kind of acknowledged as administration that we've been reporting on operating projects in two ways. Operating projects are always funded out of reserves, so we've been putting them into the operating budget as both a reserve draw and an expenditure, and reporting on them within projects. So we're kind of duplicating that. And sometimes it's a little bit misleading. Like if we had those reserve transfers in here, you'd actually look at a drop of like $1.9 million in revenues on this item. And again, that additional money would be coming as a decrease in expenditures. So administration sort of acknowledged that by removing those out of the core operating budget number, council gets a little bit more of a proper picture of the fluctuations without having to explain this weird one-off that then is reported separately as well. So it doesn't mean we're not reporting on operating projects. It doesn't mean we're not funding them in the same way. We're just streamlining that we're either talking about projects or we're talking about the operating budget, and we're not linking those operating projects in both capacities. So council will note when I do the Q3 report, we're going to do the same thing. We're going to streamline that out just so it simplifies the way those numbers look and is a little more reflective of what's actually happening. We often end up with if we haven't incurred operating budget expenditures, we haven't drawn that money out of reserves yet. And so when we look at the Q3 report, that total revenue variance is sometimes a little bit misleading because of the status of those projects. If that's something that council would not like to see move forward, we're more than happy to revert back to the typical way, but we did figure that this was a good opportunity to kind of move that out and sort of streamline that process and make it a little bit easier to digest what those numbers mean. And then the last item here is just capital equipment plan sales, which again has that standard $100,000 line item. That doesn't mean that's the number we're necessarily expecting. It's really meant as a placeholder so that when we report to council, we can identify the exact number of revenues that we've received from selling capital equipment and then can motion to move those into the reserve itself. So that's the overview of all of the revenues. I'm going to move on to looking at expenditures unless there's any questions on revenues before I keep going.
Councillor Cunningham.
I just want to say I really appreciate the conservative approach on the oil and gas tax holiday. I've sat on another board that anticipated money from the government that didn't come through, and that highly impacted our budget. So until that money's sitting in our hot little hands, I appreciate the conservativeness of that. I just want to go back to the dust control with an increase of 55,000. Now, if I heard you correctly, it was because of an anticipated increase in use of that service, not an increase in the cost. Is that correct?
Through the chair, that is correct.
Perfect, thank you.
Councillor Penner.
Just to ask another question on the same. Did we find there was an uptake on the one application or mostly twos? Do you know, Mr. Zia?
Go ahead, Mr.
Through the chair, I believe we got a slight increase in the single application. The top spray is what we call it, but not significant enough to make any changes to our budget.
Any other questions at this time? I'm not seeing any, so I think you're okay to go on.
Okay.
We like the other side better, you know, the revenue side, we like that side.
I can understand that. So expenditures have seen a total increase of approximately $1.8 million, which reflects about a 5.9% increase. And this is reflective of a bunch of fluctuations. It's not really one specific driving factor. The first item is looking at contract and general services. So this is an item with a total proposed budget of $3.5 million. It includes items like legal fees, engineering fees, software licensing, the assessment contract, training and development, audit fees, freight, equipment rental, contracted repairs and maintenance, insurance, recycling programming, garbage collection, alarm monitoring, public land mowing, and advertising. There's numerous items that have fluctuated within here that we've kind of tried to consolidate. There's a few that are both positive increases as well as some, so that means less money being anticipated to be spent, and some that are increasing. The items that have decreased includes $45,625, bringing the total of professional fees to $574,211. And this is just reflective of some professional fees that we are able to kind of put some savings on and look at the historical trending and decrease those amounts. There's an $18,000 decrease in minor operating projects to a total of $44,600. These represent some really small items that can happen between departments that kind of come up through the year that we end up doing, but they're not substantial items that actually are put forward to council as projects. There's a $10,000 decrease in public land mowing to a total of $350,000, which is reflective of the contract costs in 2024. There's a $10,000 decrease in inspection services to a total of $30,000. There's a $5,000 decrease in contracted equipment and vehicle repairs to a total of $144,500. Then there's a $68,569 increase in IT contracts for software across the organization. There's a $46,960 increase in training and development. This, I would note, includes all costs relating to training and development for staff. This includes travel, meals, membership, and training registration fees. It also includes organizational-wide training, such as first aid costs. There's a $31,500 increase for advertising and PR, which includes some costs related to updating branding from the old county logo. There's $25,967 increase in waste collection and urban garbage site expenses. There's an $18,000 increase for election expenses for a total of $21,000, which is to reflect that 2025 is a municipal election year.
Just before you go any farther, just go back to the waste collection and the expenses there. There's no change in our contract for garbage collection within the hamlets reflected here, or is there?
We'd have to go back and confirm the detail on that, but we can get that, we can get that answer and provide it.
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
Go ahead, yep.
Then there's a $13,947 increase related to minor fluctuations across departments. Again, this is one of those categories where there's a whole bunch of really small fluctuations that are not really something we can aggregate into a big trend. And then there's a $10,926 increase for contracted building repair costs, a $10,859 increase for insurance, bringing the total to $395,000. And a $9,000 increase for council training and development.
Councillor Cunningham.
Just a question on the council training and development and the increase of $9,000. I'm just wondering if we could explain that a little bit further. I'm just a little bit curious in our last year of our term, why such a substantial increase for council and training and development though? So does, okay, so that's going to include from October to December. Okay, that makes sense. Okay, thank you.
Would include orientation, yep. Any other questions? Might as well ask them while they're right in front of us, that's for sure. I don't see any more, so please go on.
Perfect. The next item is materials, goods, supplies, and utilities, which has a total budget of $4.8 million. This represents items like fuel, utilities, printing and stationery, small tools, maintenance shop supplies, equipment repair parts, road maintenance supplies, water for resale, and weed control chemicals. There are several fluctuations creating the increase in this item, and they include a $38,500 increase for shop supplies, which support maintenance of the county's capital equipment, a $6,500 increase for small tools and equipment for various departments, an $86,000 increase for water for resale to a total of $1,004,000. This includes water purchase to support both bulk water sales and water distribution systems. There's a $31,200 increase for general supplies. This includes general supplies for various departments and reflects many small adjustments. There's a $13,000 increase for safety supplies, a $13,000 increase for fuel, and a $12,000 increase for supplies for the Environmental Services Department to support water and waste management systems. And then there's an $11,000 increase for utilities. Then we look at salaries and wages for a total budget of $11,410,000. This item includes all costs associated with all employees of the county, as well as remuneration for council. And the increase in this item includes a $21,000 decrease in seasonal staff wages, a $635,000 increase, which reflects multiple different components. This one includes decisions made by council in 2024 to align staff with the 50th percentile, the decision by council to hire an economic development manager, which was not accounted for in the 2024 budget, merit adjustments for 2025, and a market adjustment to continue to maintain that 50th percentile. Then there's a $279,000 increase related to government contributions. This includes things like WCB, CPP, EI, group benefits, and pension contributions. Then we look at provision for allowances. This has not moved on this one. We've maintained $100,000 in this item. And again, this is for the write-off of uncollectible taxes. This item has been continued to be budgeted at 2024 levels. There's anticipated that there will be some volume of tax write-offs, but that no increase or decrease is warranted in this item. Then we look at purchases from other governments. This has a total budget of $784,000 and includes land title fees, solid waste collection, the operation of water lines, and the payment to the province for policing costs. That last one is the majority of that line item. In that item, land title fees have decreased by $500 in alignment with historical actuals, and payments to the Drumheller Waste Commission have increased by $39,000 in alignment with the 2024 payment and the anticipated 2025 payment.
So, again, I'm just gonna go back to my previous question. So this Drumheller solid waste expense is not reflected in the previous one around waste collection and site management. Okay, thank you.
Yeah, they're two different components.
Yep, thank you.
Then we look at transfers to other governments, which has a total proposed budget of $743,000. This includes expenses for which agreements are in place with neighboring municipalities. There's transfers to urban municipalities, which have increased by $90,000. And there's the payment of the Trochu Recreation Levy, which has increased by that $12,736. Again, that's in alignment with the 2024 bylaw, and the associated revenues have been increased in the same amount. Then we look at transfers to individuals and organizations, which has a total budget of $321,000. This includes programming which supports rural community halls, youth sponsorships, grants to community nonprofits, scholarship awards, and other various council programs. This one has a contingency decrease of $50,000. This item has been included in the budget historically, and it hasn't been utilized in full. So administration's recommending that the removal of this item, and that if there's any items that come up that might have been funded with this mechanism, that they'll be funded in different ways. So this is really reflective of taking that out of the expenditure base and acknowledging that if something comes up that isn't able to be accommodated elsewhere in the operating budget, that we might recommend pulling from reserves in order to fund that item rather than maintaining it in the budget. There's a decrease of $250.
Excuse me, just before you go on, do you have any idea of what we've used in that contingency in the past few years, or it's just been nothing? We haven't used it at all?
No, we haven't had to use it at all. And so it's an item that's actually been maintained for quite a few years, and we've sort of maintained that in terms of looking at different types of agreements that have come through and are being planned for. And just at this time, we really recognized that it makes more sense to not have that in the budget and to come forward with alternative funding sources than to maintain it in that budget.
Okay, so we just really haven't been touching it at all. Okay, thank you.
Then there's a decrease of $250 related to doctor recruitment and retention payments, a decrease of $100 related to the Kneehill Regional Partnership. Then there's an increase of $50,804 to support the medical clinic with a rent stabilization payment. There's the increase of $5,000 for payments to urban fire halls, an increase of $4,500 for ASB grant programming, and an increase of $600 for council-supported community grant programs. Next, we look at transfers to local boards and agencies, which has a total proposed budget of $126,000. There's an increase of $4,719 to support FCSS, and an increase of $1,228 for access to the Marigold Library System. Then there's contributions to reserves with a total proposed budget of $9,280,000. These transfers relate to funding for long-term capital infrastructure purchases and maintenance. There's a decrease of $57,338 related to the expiry of one water system special tax levy. Again, that's one where it decreased the revenue up on the top side, and the decreased contribution to reserves is happening on the expenditure side. Then there's an increase of $505,000 to a total of $3.6 million to support long-term replacement of capital equipment. This increase is in line with the capital equipment plan presentations made to council in September. There's also an increase of $716 to support IT infrastructure. Again, just like capital equipment, we have that amount that goes through the IT, through the budget every year that contributes into that IT reserve, and then each year's annual purchases are pulled out. Again, it's just a streamline. Sometimes IT purchases are $100,000 in a year, and sometimes they're $40,000 in a year. So it just allows that to not be a fluctuation that we actually see within the operating budget. Then we've got inventory projects for gravel with a total proposed budget of $750,000. This item represents funding to crush gravel to maintain stockpiles for road maintenance.
Go ahead, Councillor Christie.
Curiosity, how many meters or yards of gravel is that, roughly?
Through the chair,
Mr. Zero.
we typically do 160,000 tons a year. You're saying, sorry, you're looking for the increase in that, or the total?
Partly, but I was just curious. I think last year you crushed less than we used, so I was just curious.
We, can I verify that? I'll get some numbers back to council if you like.
Okay, thank you.
And before you leave this page as well, just going transfer to local boards and agencies. The number that we're budgeting is different than the number that was in the FCSS request to Kneehill County, and so I'm just wondering if, I don't know if we've ever had that conversation at council in terms of what they had requested for 2025, and I think our share in the 2025 was $80,526, so I thought we were a little light on that estimate. So and that would have been probably sent to us in September, late September sometime.
Through the chair, and that might be why it isn't included in there, because we had budgets were due back from management in August to get compiled by finance. That's something we'll follow up on, and it might be something that will likely come as a subsequent adjustment when we go back to looking at deliberations with council. Council might recall in prior years when we've had something that's fluctuated between today and November discussions, we'll have a slide that sort of says, here's where your shortfall was on October 22nd, and here's anything that's been subsequently adjusted. So we'll follow up on that, and if we can update that, absolutely.
Just kind of tweaked in my brain, it didn't look quite right. So.
Thank you.
Councillor McGee.
Could you clarify where the Kneehill housing requisition comes under?
Yeah, through the chair, we'd pull that. That is completely independent of the operating budget itself.
That's what I thought. I just wanted to be sure I had that right. Thank you.
Councillor Cunningham, sorry.
No problem. Can I just go back to page 27? And I just want to clarify this because I know my phone will be ringing. So the increase in the salaries, wages, and benefits of 635,962, I heard you mention the term council, so I just want to make sure that it's aware that we did not form part of that 50th percentile market adjustment, which is fine, but just so people are aware. And just so people know that in that number, that included that market adjustment, 50th percentile, merit adjustments, and then the benefits, and also the addition, you did mention it, but I just want to make sure people realize that was the addition of a economic development management staff member as well, so.
Through the chair, yes, that
clarify.
635,000 includes that additional position as well.
Perfect, thank you.
Okay, any other questions or clarification? How are we doing? Does anybody need another break? Are we good to go for a bit longer, or? Okay, I think we're good.
Awesome.
Thank you.
So that concludes going through the expenditures and the revenue fluctuations that have happened within the proposed 2025 budget. I've got a couple more slides that kind of are just relevant to the operating budget itself before I look at going at the overall summary of both the projects being proposed to council and the operating budget itself. This one is just really for information purposes. It's just a summary of kind of all the community grant programs that are supported by council within this budget. There's a variety of items, and the total is approximately $750,000 that's represented on this slide. And then this is just a summary of the reserve contributions that are built into the base budget. So these are in line with 2024 contributions, aside from the increase in the capital equipment plan piece. Pending next steps of the reserve strategy, then the development of an updated reserve policy. Some of these funds may be reallocated based on information brought forward at this time, but at present, these contributions are in line with what we've historically been doing and with the information we currently have available to us. We do have a fortunate situation where our reserves are not super restricted the way we've structured them. So even though money has gone into one specific reserve, that doesn't necessarily mean money can't be moved around in order to facilitate various projects. And again, we anticipate that that'll be further refined as we improve our knowledge of that infrastructure gap and really align our reserves. Likely, as council remembers from last year, consolidating the number of reserves and really streamlining what they're exactly meant for so that there's better understanding of what's available for various initiatives. So that's kind of the summary of all of what for the operating budget today. This section really brings October 8th discussions, like presentation, together with today's presentation to paint that big picture. So the total presented shortfall is $1,269,009. That includes $1,077,109 related to the core operating budget and then $191,900 related to proposed new initiatives. So again, those proposed new initiatives are projects the council is able to say yes or no to, and that would impact what that total number will be. At present, if no other adjustments were made and all new initiatives were approved by council, the required tax increase to fund the shortfall would be approximately 4%. So it would be no other decisions made, yes to everything, where we're kind of sitting. Then this one is a summary of all the proposed projects and their funding sources. So council would have seen this on October 8th. It just totals all the different categories of projects that we have. It looks at how we're looking at funding those. So we're looking at funding $6,630,380 out of reserves. And that does not include the $5.1 million related to capital equipment. That's listed a little bit below. There's also $1.6 million that's anticipated to be funded through the LGFF grant program. And then there's that $191,000 worth of 2025 budget impacts. There's some significant future project costs that are associated with moving forward with some of the projects. Again, some of those numbers are our best guess at this time with the knowledge we have available. That doesn't necessarily mean that any of those future project costs are the precise number that would come forward to council in future years. And then there's also projected operating budget impact of $247,000. So it's a little bit higher than the projected impact of 2025. That just means there's a few projects where we're going to take a year to get them online, and then the budgetary impacts would come online within 2026. This slide just summarizes the total draws that are anticipated based on the projects that were put forward to council. And then this next one is just the actual where those reserve balances would fluctuate. So we've got those where our projected 2024 ending balance is going to look like. And again, that's from based on our Q2 data that we presented to council. So that could be further refined within Q3, although it's not likely to substantially change. And then there's the proposed budget contributions of $9.2 million, and then the proposed draws of $11.7 million. So again, this is a situation where in 2025, we're anticipating to potentially pull a little bit more out of reserves than we put in, but some years we pull less out of reserves than we put in. And that's really the intent of streamlining that in the operating budget, is to have that consistent amount that we put into reserves and then have the flexibility to pull more or less out in each year. And again, these are just based on our recommended funding sources. That doesn't mean council couldn't choose to use an alternative reserve to fund different projects, couldn't decide to, only move forward with a project if we could receive grant funding. Like, there's other mechanisms here, but this is just the summary of what administration is recommending. So that's kind of my overall budget summary. Again, I'll note that when we come back in November, I will have that budget dashboard, which makes the information on those slides live update, which allows council to see that constant picture of where their decisions are being made and how that impacts things. I don't have that today, but that's when we look at deliberations. That's where council will be able to see that live picture. Well, if we don't do this, or we do this, or how we do that, how that impacts tax rates, how that impacts water bills, how that impacts various other items that council deems of concern. So with that, I'm going to look at the 3-year operating forecast. Again, we're kind of using this as information at this time. The fully adoptive version that we'll look for council to adopt for the year will come back in December, but this is just based on the information that we currently have. So I'll remind council that it's an MGA requirement to approve a 3-year operating forecast. It's also an MGA requirement to adopt the 5-year capital forecast. This is in compliance with that MGA requirement. And again, on October 8th, we looked at that 5-year forecast. They aren't required, like where our budget is required to be balanced and fully funded, these forecasts are not required to be balanced and fully funded. They're okay to show a surplus or a deficit position. It's really just intended to highlight the forward view of upcoming financial challenges and operations facing the municipality. It ensures that council has additional information other than just 2025 budget in front of them when they're making decisions, and they can understand the further impact of what some of those decisions might have on the operating budget or on the project budget moving forward. And again, these forecasts are not budgets, so they don't provide administration with the authority to spend the forecasted funds. It's really just administration putting together the information and allowing council to understand that information, but it doesn't commit council to moving forward with anything on that forecast at all. So the full forecast can be found in the council report. Sorry, I have it written as an appendix number in my notes, and that is not right for this report. So the 2025 budget is shown in that deficit position of $1,077,000, where we've got proposed revenues that are not quite in line with proposed expenditures. And then in 2026, there's a projected $1.6 million shortfall. In 2023, there's a shortfall of 2.3 million, and in 2028, there's a $3 million shortfall. Now, I will remind council that this is not cumulative, so you're not adding those numbers up. That means the forecasted shortfall of 3 million in 2028 is the total shortfall as anticipated as compared to 2024. So that's looking long-term. In the next few years, there's likely about $3 million that is going to need to be found from different sources, whether changing service levels, changing revenue sources. And again, it's also reliant on what else happens in that time period. So there could be provincial policy decisions that change those numbers. There can be all sorts of factors that happen, but it's really administration's best guess of what the future holds at this point in time. Some of the trends that were noted within the forecast, there's just a couple that are really that high level. There's a decrease in licenses and permits. This reflects, so 2025 has an increase in this line item. And while we can anticipate that increase for 2025, we're not entirely sure whether that will continue into the future. So the forecast numbers are actually in alignment with 2024 numbers, not the 2025 budget. So that's what that looks like. There's a 71% decrease in special taxes and frontage. So again, this relates to that expiration of water frontage agreements that are happening over the next few years. And within a few years, we don't have those anymore. We might have a few small ones that are related to one-off agreements, but there isn't the broad grouping of them. And then there's the decrease of return on investments of 58%. This is in alignment with the recommended reserve funding strategy. So while we didn't decrease that budget in 2025, we have accommodated for that transition within the forecast numbers, as we do anticipate to be something we work towards. And then within expenditures, there's a couple trends. There's a 12.8% increase in contract and general services. This includes increases for expenditures such as insurance, major maintenance, professional contracts, and IT contracts. Then there's a 2.8% projected increase in materials, goods, supplies, and utilities. This includes increases for expenditures such as fuel, equipment repair parts, water for resale, road maintenance supplies, and utilities. There's a 7.9% projected increase in salaries, wages, and benefits. This item's just been subjected to a flat percentage increase annually based on the average increase for the past 5 budget cycles. So what we've just done is acknowledge that it's likely to increase if council anticipates maintaining that 50th percentile, but really a detailed analysis of salaries is presented within each annual budget cycle. So that's not necessarily the number it will be. Again, with anything, it's our best guess at this point in time, and that's the way we can kind of accommodate a best guess. And then there's a decrease of 1.6% related to contributions to reserves, and this reflects the decreases with the expiration of special tax levies. We've not we've not built in increases related to infrastructure requirements. Again, that's just sort of in reflection of as we improve that infrastructure gap and get a better idea of what that looks like, that'll come into play. And it will also be presented to council during future budget cycles. So that's the summary of our forecast for operating. The last piece of my presentation today is looking at kind of the next steps. So we've presented the proposed projects to council, we've presented the core operating budget to council, we've collected questions through both of those presentations, and we will continue to collect questions for those these presentations to be responded back to within November to council. And actually, so the one thing that administration is asking is that by the 31st of October, we have questions back from council. And so that means anything that comes in by then, we will do our absolute utmost to get those responded to in November, and should give us enough time. It might not be that first meeting in November, it might be the second one, depending on how much work behind the scenes is required to respond to that question. Any questions that come in after that, we will still endeavor to respond to them. It just means it's possible we won't have the capacity or the staffing to be able to address some of those questions if they come in later in the process. In all likelihood, most of the time we will be able to figure it out, but We're just asking that those questions be submitted a little bit earlier so we have the time to put the proper resources in place and get it into the presentation and get it into the council package. So when we come back in November, we will see the Q3 report come forward to council in November. We will see responses to any questions, and we will also look at council deliberations to balance that operating budget so we can come back in December and propose a budget for council adoption. When we look at those next steps in terms of actually balancing the budget, we can look at things like accepting or rejecting new initiatives. Again, new initiatives are items that are going to impact the operating budget moving forward. You could look at level of service adjustments. Some of those, depending on what was being asked, might be bigger than is going to be able to happen before December, but it could be direction that council gives administration for future budget cycles as well. We can also look at other rate and fee adjustments, so things like water, those types of other fees, campground fees, all of those things could be something that council discusses. We'll also look at tax rate adjustments and how those might close the budget, or things like reserve draws in order to balance that budget as well. And so realistically, we understand that when we get down to it, council will likely adopt a combination of all of those measures in order to look towards a balanced budget. And that is the end of my presentation for today.
Really? You want to call it quits right there?
You're welcome to ask as many questions as you like.
All right, thank you. Are there questions that are at the front of your mind at this point in time? Keeping in mind that we've been requested to have as many as we can put forward by the end of October to allow time to get them addressed. Are there any other questions at this point in time? Oh, Councillor Phobes, I'm sorry. I didn't see you there.
It's okay. It's okay. Can you explain the reasons behind the decrease in peace officer contracts and how this will affect our service agreements with neighboring municipalities, please?
Yes, we will do that.
Any other questions at this point? If not, I guess we're to be aware that the door is open for questions, and please forward them. All right, so I guess at this point I'm going to say thank you again for your presentation. Very much appreciate the effort that goes into this. And I guess we'll look forward to seeing you again in November, which isn't that far away, really. And we would need to make a motion to receive the core operating budget presentation for information. We didn't really ask for any big follow-up information today, so what I think more than anything we would need at this point would be just that motion to accept the core budget presentation for information. Councillor Christie.
I'll make the motion that we accept this presentation as presented, and I appreciate it very much. I really followed it through fairly well, and it made sense to me, so.
Okay, so we have a motion that council receive the 2025 budget core operating presentation for information. Is there any further discussion, question, or comment related to that motion? I'm not seeing any, so I'm going to ask the question. All those in favor? And that is carried unanimously. And once again, thank you, Ms. Van Merbach.
Thank you.
For your presentation here today. And Chaisley, you haven't gone unnoticed back there taking notes, and your participation also very much appreciated in this process, so thank you. Okay. Anybody wanting a quick break? Okay, let's take a 5-minute recess, so we'll be back at 11:48. And so we're in recess for 5 minutes. Okay, it's 11:50 a.m. and I am going to call the council meeting of October the 22nd back to order. The next item on our agenda is item 5.1, which is policy 13-10, mailboxes. And so I guess, Mr. Zier, that's you? And anytime you are ready.
Thank you for that. Good morning, council. So before you, I bring policy 1310 and 13.6-7. These are two policies that were put up for discussion at the May 21st Committee of the Whole meeting. Some recommendations on revisions on one of them, and so I'll start with to not jump ahead of myself, I'll start with the mailbox one here. So what was presented to council was that the policy was reviewed and no recommended changes were proposed at this time. The Committee of the Whole agreed with that recommendation and put forward a resolution or a motion to council to approve that proposed motion. So basically to hold the policy as it sits right now and continue on for another 4-year cycle of review.
Okay, thank you for that. I was informed the other day that Canada Post has started to get more deliberate, maybe, about their enforcement on mailbox height and delivery methods. And so they're now mandating the 42-inch height that's been in their policy for a long time. And they're also mandating that mail delivery happen in the direction of traffic. So they're no longer allowed to cross the center line to access a mailbox from the driver's side, but have to access it through the passenger side of the vehicle. So that doesn't really affect our policy here, but it, so I don't know what happens if your mailbox is only 40 inches, whether they don't deliver your mail or not.
Yeah.
It might help us in terms of the wave of snow. If they're a little bit higher, then who knows?
Sure, and thank you through the chair. That's excellent information to have, because yes, I think as we go forward and the safety of their delivery agents is put more and more into the forefront. They're going to be bringing forward these, and we're going to have to adapt to those changes through the federal regulations there.
So is there any questions specifically related to the guidelines for mailbox replacement and or placement, mailboxes, period? If not, what we would be looking for is a motion that we approve policy 13-10, mailboxes as presented. Deputy Reeve McGee.
I move that we approve policy 1310, mailboxes as presented. As someone who receives mail that way, I'm very appreciative of the mailboxes being cared for.
Okay, thank you for that. So we do have a motion to approve that policy 13-10, mailboxes as presented. Any further discussion? Okay, I'm not seeing any, so all those in favor? And that's carried unanimously. The next item on our agenda would be 5.2, which is policy 13-6-7, gravel stockpile leases. And again, Mr. Zier.
Thank you for that. So in front of council is the revisions to policy 13-6-7. Again, this is a policy that was brought forward to the Committee of the Whole in May. There was some discussion and a few revisions proposed at that time. So the county currently leases 2 stockpile sites. Not to say we don't do any more in the future, but as of current sits, we have 2. Major revisions we did to this policy were that the fees paid for the disturbance of the land and use of the land was originally in this policy. We're trying to take some of these rates out of the policy so they don't require policy revision at time of review. Placing all the rates into our master fee schedule ensures they're reviewed once a year and reviewed consistently with the other rates as well. As well, the details of some of the cancellation and removal of this were in the policy, and we've, were not in the policy in the lease agreement only, we've placed them back in the policy, just to be clear.
Okay, thank you for that. Any questions, comment, discussion? Councillor Christie?
Just curious, how big are these lease sites?
Through the chair, typically around 3 acres is what we look for. I think there may be one of these that's larger than that, but we kind of go with a minimum 1 acre buildings payment site regardless. We find if we're going any smaller than that, or even a portion of 2.8, we go to the minimum of that. So typically around 3 acres is what we look at.
Thank you.
Councillor Forbes?
Can someone just answer, at the bottom where it does the approval date, why October the 11th of 2022 doesn't state 2011? It's on both pages.
Correct. Thank you through the chair. That looks like it's just a textual revision that we need to do on that. Thank you for bringing that up.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Any other questions, comment, discussion? If not, we would be looking for a motion to approve the revisions to policies 13-6-7 and direct administration to add the gravel stockpile lease rates to the master rates bylaw at its next update. Councillor Whitstock.
Okay, I would like to move that council approve the amended revisions to policy 13-6-7 and direct administration to add gravel stockpile lease rates to the master rates bylaw at the next update.
Okay, so we have a motion to approve the amended revisions to policy 13-6-7 and direct administration to add gravel stockpile lease rates to the master rates bylaw at the next update. Any further discussion, question, or comment? All those in favor? And that looks like it's carried unanimously. Thank you. And thank you, Mr. Zier. So I understand that lunch has arrived. So we will recess to 1. So we're in recess till 1. Thank you. Okay, it's 1 o'clock, so I'm going to call the council meeting of October the 22nd back to order. And in our agenda, the next item in our agenda is 6.1.1, which is municipal participation in Lone Butte Solar Project. So, welcome, Ms. Hazelton, and whenever you are ready.
Perfect. Good afternoon, Mr. Reeve, members of council. So I'm just coming to you today with, just to determine what level of participation you would like administration to, in the Lone Butte, in the Lone Butte Solar Project. On May 30th, 2023, council moved to consider on a case-by-case basis the level of participation they would like the municipality to take during the AUC process. Gracious, sorry.
Gonna be all right?
I think so, yes. Had to get rid of that frog. Regarding applications for renewable energy projects, this request for decision is to bring forward the Lone Pine Solar Project for council direction. On October 4th, 2024, Oceana Energy Canada Global, Inc. submitted their application to the Alberta Utilities Commission for the Lone Butte Solar Project proposed on approximately 2,000 acres of privately owned and cultivated land in Kneehill County. The proposed power plant will have a capacity of 450 megawatts AC and 585 megawatts DC. The application has been attached for information purposes. Administration has downloaded all the documents accompanying this application, and they can be made available to council upon request. Administration is looking for council direction specific to the Lone Butte Solar Project level of participation. Are there any steps council would like administration to take regarding this specific proceeding? When the Three Hills Solar Project submitted their application, council specifically noted the following concerns: the high quality of agricultural land that is being removed from production for renewable energy projects, the concern with the reclamation of the site specific to the ability to recycle components, and clarification of the responsible party if the company becomes insolvent, weeds, pest control, and disease transfer, timing of the construction, and the potential for the erosion of lands. Council has since amended the renewable energy sections of the land use bylaw outlining protections for agricultural land and incorporating setbacks to water bodies and urban boundaries. Are the requirements as laid out in the renewable energy sections of the land use bylaw sufficient, or are there other considerations council would like to include specific to this project? At the writing of this RFD, the deadline for submission had not been sent. And again, depending on the level of involvement that council would like administration to take, there may be implications to staff resources. There could also be potential financial impacts. It has changed, the ruling has changed now where the municipality can apply for some of that cost back, but how much and what percentage they would get would be dependent on that, each application.
Okay, thank you for that. Questions, discussion, comment? Direction? Councillor Cunningham.
So I think, excuse me, how Barb is going around.
Get changes.
We're sharing.
I know, that's my Councillor Phobes isn't here today. I think what I've heard from council in the last 3 years is we've really been asking for a seat at the table with the AUC. So I guess my thoughts are, if we're now being invited to have that seat, I don't know why we wouldn't accept that. Now, to what level, like Ms. Hazelton just said, we don't know. They did change that there is some cost recovery for legal costs, but I don't think they've tested the waters enough to know where there's been a case that's actually had recovery in municipalities. So I think that's still up for discussion, but I 100% would want us to have a seat at the table in some form.
Okay, other thoughts? Very quiet today. Councillor Phobes.
I too would also like to have that seat at the table because fire suppression and training is going to become an actual issue for us as a county. So I just want to make sure that the AUC is aware of what they're putting on us as a county.
Okay, other thoughts? Councillor Penner.
I agree with both the councils that have spoke up here. We should be there, and we just have to be prepared to cover the costs for us to be there and the work that our staff has to be done, but I think it's very important that we be there and participate.
Any other thoughts? Councillor McGee.
I'd love to hear from administration, when is it at the point you want to, we would need to consider hiring an expert, and when is it something that in-house could handle it?
Mr. Hogan?
Through Mr. Eve, that really depends on the level of intensity that you want to participate in. So if you're looking at similar to what we did for Three Hills Solar, where we're just making a presentation expressing our concerns, that would probably be myself that would end up doing that, myself and or the Reeve. We could likely do that, well, not likely, we could do that internally. If you're looking at going more into providing different forms of data and stuff like that, that's where you're getting into now. You're gonna need to back that data through studies or whatever else. So it really is dependent on council's level of participation. If it's simply, we have these concerns, or these are our things that we're looking for, a lot of that we could probably do internally. You still have that choice, though, if you want a spokesperson for the county doing that, if you want to engage legal to do that, there's different levels.
Any other comments or thoughts? Councillor Cunningham.
Just for information's sake, and this is a public document, I do know that the West Lock Solar Project just recently went through a hearing, and it was denied actually, which probably is one of the rare that has. I do notice that West Lock County did participate. They received participation rights and did participate. I'm not sure if they hired outside legal. I guess my question would be, Mr. Hogan, do we know what the estimated cost of that legal representation would be?
Through the chair, without knowing the amount that we'd have to engage them, no. But you're going to be looking at several $1,000s at least, at a minimum.
Okay. Anyone else comment? So I think I'm hearing from our discussion that there's a definite interest from council to participate in the hearing and to be represented at that table. The opportunity to have our voice heard obviously is during that hearing. The big question in my mind becomes, if we are going to participate in the hearing, are there specific things that we want to address within that hearing? And if so, what are those things that we would like to address? And that probably is going to determine what it's going to cost us, because depending on what it is that we want to address, will determine whether we're hiring experts or legal, or what route we're going to take in order to do that. I don't know how detailed everyone here as council has gotten involved in reading some of the materials that are either online or made available to us. But one of the things that I noted that was quite alarming to me was this company felt free to hire their own experts, and they changed the aggregate ratings on pretty much all of that land from a class 2 to a class 3. And when I looked at the only information and data that I have available to me as a councillor is not only the aggregate map, but the assessment values that are attached to the quarters. And you look at some of the values that are on some of those quarters and then tell me that they're in aggregate 3, when I look at similar values in the other parts of the country where they're aggregate 2, and they have the same assessments and same taxation values. I wonder who allows AUC to give permission to a private company to change what is basically a provincial and national data set, just so it suits their purpose and allows them to show that, well, we should be able to develop this project on this land because the way we rate it, it's a 3, not a 2, and therefore it's really not worth much of anything to anybody. Well, then you go and you start looking at assessment values and you start to see assessments in the mid-30s to high 30s. And you compare that to other parts of Kneehill County, those are pretty good assessment values. Now, there is some land in there that are assessed quite low, but when you look at the values that are in that, then it causes me to question how they can change a rating system just so it suits their own needs.
And I can maybe comment on that. I do know that they've done significant soil testing, and there would be a document in place, which I think it might be easiest if I send you the folder and you can upload it for them to get at the documents. Is that easier? As of this morning, there were 48, I think, attached to that project, different documents. So it would give you an opportunity to go through and see how they've done the testing and what they've based it on. So just for information's sake, whether or not the AUC agrees with it is an entirely different matter, but at least you can see what their methodology, I guess.
Yeah. Well, agri-sid's based on certainly soil values, absolutely, but also agroclimate, rainfall,
Correct,
productivity,
yeah.
a whole bunch of things, right? And the assessment system for land is based on that as well. And so basically what they're saying is this company can reassess the values of all these quarters of land to place them into whatever they want. Does that therefore mean that provincial taxation is going to change on them as well, based on value of land? I don't think so. So, you know, I guess I'm raising this point only to say there's probably a lot more in here that we need to look at than you get with just a service glance, because there's a lot of information in their package that I just go, whoa, wait a minute, maybe we don't want to just let that one slide without some kind of challenge to it. But then the question becomes for us as council is how much money are we willing to invest in challenging some of that data that's being put there? And what's it cost to hire experts to counter that assessment? Right? Councillor Christie.
If we challenge that assessment, will we be heard? Like, they just ignore us.
Councillor Cunningham, absolutely.
So I do urge you all, if you get a chance, I can give you copies of it, and whether it's not about the confirming or denying it or approval or non-approval of the project, but in the Westlock decision, because as we just went through a hearing with this, the commission stated, while not bound by municipal land use controls, it acknowledges that municipal councils serve as the planning authority and are elected by the community, which results in local values being reflected in land use plans and bylaws over time, which to me is a highly different sentiment from what we heard from the hearing that we participated in. So if you read their decision 28587, this one tends to be putting a lot more municipal input into their decisions. Will that follow through in the future? Who's to know? But it's just very interesting to read this one and compare it to the one that we went through. So.
Yeah.
And thank you for the land classification, because that, when I read that, I'm not an expert in land classification, but it does confuse me how you can just decide what certain land is on a different day, so. Yeah.
Well, and if you read the language in this material that we have in front of us today, they talk about the fact that our land use bylaw is not in line with provincial direction, and therefore they should be able to just ignore it. That decision that you just read doesn't sound like that's just totally being ignored. But the proponent of this project is using language like that to say, well, we can ignore whatever the land use bylaws are for Kneehill County based on the fact that it doesn't line up with provincial guidance and direction. And I think there's an argument there for us to say the province's direction has been to give a greater voice for municipalities at that table. And if that's the direction, and I asked the question specifically of the Premier herself in terms of how much weight is given to municipal voice in these decisions. And she seemed to think it was much higher than what the real world actuality is. And she did say she would look into it further, but of course we haven't heard anything back on that. So I really think that, do we know when we have to have our,
I don't, as of this morning, I didn't see a deadline yet, so I'll have to keep watching that.
yeah. So for myself anyway, I think I would need a lot more time to dig into this. I had about 5 or 6 questions that popped out to me as I read through the material that's here. And of course, they all refer to other appendixes and a whole bunch of other materials that weren't necessarily in this package, and I understand
Correct.
why.
Yeah, it's a lot,
Yes, if you got a stack of trees this high, you might
Yep.
be able to.
which
So-
we will get them to you, so we'll get them through your portal.
Yeah.
I'll make sure that you guys can pull them that way, and as they come in, I will download them and continually to forward them.
Councillor Cunningham, absolutely.
You've probably heard me say this before, but I'll say it again. I encourage all of council to get an e-filing number with the AUC, because then, you know, we don't have to rely necessarily on planning. You can go at your own leisure when you're bored like me and want to go and look and see what's happening in Westlock County. You can just punch in the number and have all the documents right there. You don't have to print them off. You can just look at them and not have to print them. So just a suggestion for if you're bored one weekend.
Not sure I'm ever really that bored, but I understand the sentiment, what you're saying. Definitely that part of the onus is on us to be aware of what's happening.
Yeah.
So I think you're hearing, Ms. Hazelton, that yes, we do want to be represented. We're not sure exactly to what level, and I would think that we probably want to determine that fairly quickly. If we're going to be hiring experts or legal or whatever in order to put forward the county's side of the argument, or whether that's being done by administration, we need to decide that. And I think based on, and Mr. Hogan, you can help me here, based on what level of involvement we want is probably going to determine who takes that chair, right?
Through Mr. Reeve, I'd concur with that. I think what we've heard is council's direction around you want to participate in the process. So I think we can provide, we can give that confirmation. If you're still in discussion there, then not knowing when the deadline for submission is, what I'd suggest is at I believe it's November 12th is our next meeting. We'd bring back an item to really kind of set those as to what we're putting forward, and from there be able to say, okay, if we do that, we're going to need this resource, or if this is what we're doing, then we can do it this way. But we need that time, you know, moving that forward in an expedited way, so we knew what those concerns are, as well as giving council the time to consider, you know, are you going in there to say, no, absolutely don't do this, or are you going in there to say, here's our concerns with this? And there's a difference between those two things.
Yeah. Well, it's interesting, like in our RFD, we talked about the last time, we talked about loss of production from, you know, relatively high quality agriculture land. And I think they're challenging that directly in their own reassessment of those land qualities. And so because I work throughout the county, I took pieces of land that we have access to and production information on over the years. And I know what we produce on land very close to where that site is going to be. And the land is very productive. There are parts of that project proposal, when you look at where that exact land is, there's parts of that land that absolutely, yes, it's not very good quality land. It's down low, it's full of salinity and other problems. It's got lots of water going through it and so on. But at the same time, there's very, very productive land that's being included in that big project. So I think there's lots of room for us to have a much longer discussion around what exactly we would like to put forward. So, any other comments or discussion? Any other direction we would like to give? Councillor Cunningham?
Just a little bit off topic. I just was wondering, where our thought process was in not putting in for AUC 29206 battery storage, since we were kind of decided that we would do this on a case-by-case basis.
Okay, so that's the battery storage for the existing north of Three Hills project. Mr. Hogan, or not sure who wants to jump in on that one?
Through, no, go ahead. I haven't seen it, no. I guess the question is there for council as to what level of involvement that you want to have in that particular one. That does, the development of battery storage at that site is in alignment with council's direction, especially the resolution you're putting forward to RMA.
So I guess I put it back to you, Councillor Cunningham. Was there something specific that we wanted to take forward on that specific project?
Well, it's a moot point at this time because the deadline has
Right,
passed.
yeah.
But I think we did talk about it in the past. I know ratepayers in the area are very concerned about the fire management. And if anybody read the application 29206, there were some pretty pointed ideas from the company as to how fire management would happen. And I would just like to have had a seat at that table so we know what the plan is going forward. And as we've talked ad nauseum, we never know what areas they're going to address. And if they address that fire section in the AUC hearing, we as a municipality cannot address that. So I would have liked just for us to have eyes on that hearing, but it's, the deadline has passed on that one. So, and I guess, yeah, is it in alignment? I mean, I guess my question was, did we participate in the original hearing? And I think the answer would be no. So that's why, again, I would just have liked to have had a seat at the table, but that's just food for thought going forward, because we do know that that is going to be coming with any of these new projects. So maybe we need to amend. On May 30th, 2023, we moved to consider on a case-by-case basis on renewable energy. Maybe we want to say renewable energy and battery storage projects. Like maybe that's a direction we want to give administration going forward. I'm not sure.
Yeah, okay. So I don't think we ever did give any specific direction to administration related to the battery storage development project. We did talk about it. I have the same issues with this project as I do with that one in terms of there's a lot of conversation in the materials that we have access to where they talk about an emergency response plan, where they talk about engagement with the municipality and conversations that they've had. And so I guess just at what point does Kneehill County now get involved in approvals or recognition of what our concerns are, you know, when they come to apply for a development permit or whatever? Like the way we've set it up now, I think, and what we've told this company is that we wanted them to go to AUC first and then come back to us. If as a council we want to change that process, then I think we have to decide that we want them to come through our door first and then we want them to apply to AUC. But we would have to set that as direction for administration. We haven't done that to this point. But I do have concerns in terms of the language that they use in their plan around emergency response and the fact that they've had some consultation with Kneehill County. The same in terms of conversation with our planning around what they're proposing. So anyway, I think that those are some of the things that maybe that we as a council will have to bring forward in November to say these are things we'd like to see addressed. Am I missing the direction I'm getting? Councillor Cunningham.
So just to clarify, I still wouldn't change the process. We still would have them go to AUC, but I'm just saying I would like to see us give the same credence to participating in a hearing with the battery storage, the same that we are for wind and solar or whatever renewable may come our way. Yeah, so no, same process, not wanting to change that process at all, but just having that seat at the table again. Yeah.
Thank you for that
Yeah, you're welcome.
clarification. Yeah, no, I appreciate that. Okay. I don't want to shorten this conversation at all. Mr. Hogan, go right ahead.
Just as for council's awareness, you do have discussions coming in November around this topic. So one of the things that we're going to be posing to you in November is looking back at that May 23rd motion around a case-by-case basis and actually formulating a policy around this is our interaction, this is our response to these types of developments. So you've got a discussion like that coming as well. As well as internal, we've talked about how we tie back those. Every company that comes in is going to do engagement or consultation with us around their plans. But when they do that, their plans aren't finalized yet either. So drawing more direction or more clarity towards, say, our fire levels of service. So right now in your fire levels of service, we don't do this firefighting on a technical level, we do it on an awareness level. And that's the containment that we've talked about before, whether it's renewables, oil and gas, whatever else, right? So a bunch of that stuff is coming back to you in the near future here for some contemplation.
Okay. So I am mindful that we are up against the clock. We do have a delegation at 1:30. I'm not sure that we're finished this conversation, so what I'm going to suggest is that we come back to it after our delegation. So it's now 1:26, the delegation's at 1:30, so let's take a 4-minute recess to allow Mr. Niemi to get ready for his presentation. And Ms. Hazelton will be back to you shortly. So we're in recess till 1:30. So it is 1:30, and I am going to call our meeting back to order. The next item on our agenda, of course, is a delegation, and welcome, Mr. Niemi. The floor is yours. I guess we should probably introduce ourselves.
I know everyone.
You're good? You know who everyone is?
I'm with you. I understand. Yep.
Okay.
No,
Well,
I was here in February
Yes.
last time.
Yep.
And so I was following up on budget then, and I was aligned. So I was highly interested in the Horseshoe Canyon event, or where it was on the agenda. And now it's bigger, so here I am. And then once I got into that, I had to look at the rest of the budget, so I ended up looking at everything, and here's my formulation. Anyway, good afternoon. There's much I want to convey and interact with you on your operation, particularly your time-critical budget. I was in attendance at your February meeting challenging your 2024 budget, and being too late to make any meaningful changes at that particular time, I come this time to address you early while you're formulating the new budget and obviously our taxes for next year. When I addressed you in February, I received no feedback from you while I was present, but then as a group you proceeded to dissect my comments later in council without my ability to interact. So, and I got no follow-up thereafter from council. So I find the engagement process lacking. I'd like to have a dialogue at the end to some degree at this time around, because I have a question to ask all of you at the end. First, the specifics and then some generalities. Budget specifics. The Horseshoe Canyon saga, number one. I find your obsession with it incredible, and the investment levels forecast as enormous and yet frivolous at the same time. That would be okay if it was your own endeavor, but you as council with a lot of power are using the cash in taxes from the common people in this county for your own. I'm unsure of what the motives are. What I found unreasonable in your last budget, as I saw it in February, was, and it's become even more ludicrous in this budget planning. This spring there was $3 million for a building, and it was, yes, out in the distance, of course, for Horseshoe Canyon, but now it's $6 million plus. So let's see Horseshoe Canyon in reality. It's an interesting location for its unique terrain, but that's all it deserves, full stop. Horseshoe Canyon got started over 10,000 years ago, and you don't need to oversell and invest in something that is as outdoors as you can get. Toilets, a trail, and an interpretive sign is all you really need. Go, take a look, take a walk, and go home. It's not complicated. And I did go over your master plan if you were wondering if I saw all of it, but even I'm aware of it. So it's a large document in itself. Also, consider it's only a seasonal location. Since when did Kneehill County get so preoccupied, possessed, and captured by it? There's some reason for the depth of investment, and only council can answer some of these real questions, and I'd like those responses from you later, perhaps. Is somebody seeking prestige with it? And given your budget plans of $584,000 this year alone, under 3 different headings, and well over $6 million into the future, add in obvious operating costs and depreciation, then when was it suddenly financially sensible? When did you decide that this place is so special? Is it a shrine, a temple, some divine setting that it absolutely deserves the consumption of gross amounts of time and money, our money as taxpayers? Whose plan was it? Is it the overpriced administration that is pushing this, trying to justify positions? Is it councillors? I don't know. It's an interesting study. Have you councillors colluded with bureaucracy to push it through or push it ongoingly. I find it amazing, and if others see it in the full light it deserves, I want to convince them also of the observed cost and attention. Because time is of the essence when you already speak of getting it shovel-ready. You're already talking shovel-ready, and your foot is in the door and you're going forward. So anyway, Horseshoe Canyon, I feel, is a true elephant in the room. You people have all dressed it up with lipstick, makeup, and a frilly skirt, and we taxpayers are supposed to just roll over and accept the preoccupied financial plans. Let's break this down to understand it by simple benchmarks, at least the way I did it. Give you my perspective. Your total county budget for the past year or so is about $30 million. It's kind of the benchmark. And my complete tax bill this year was about $10,000. So for myself, you can divide your various budget undertakings by 3,000. And that's my portion. Basically, 30 million divided by 10,000, you got about a 3,000 factor. So I can read into what your budget plans are to my own costs. So given that, if you run it, your $6 million into what I would be liable for, it'd be $2,000, and I have no interest whatsoever in investing something that is at the far corner of our county, and it doesn't require the deep investment that is being looked at here. So given this radical endeavor of this Taj Mahal that's possible, I realize that you're not there yet on its decision, but I think there's much going towards it. I insist that there actually be a county-wide vote if it ever goes into construction zones to make it a go or a no-go. And citizens need to know how much they're actually going to have to pay personally for this endeavor. Because you're going to find a lot of no votes, and that's something that councillors have a hard time saying. So there's that aside. Other budget blunders that I see along the way, you can test them as you wish. I've heard that there was an arbitrary decision to suddenly boost the wages up to the 50th percentile, which brought your budget up by over $900,000. So using that factor of what it would cost me, there's $300, boom, kind of like an arbitrary layout of wage increases and salaries. It seems kind of arbitrary and out of the blue just to match some value. Why would wage negotiations be that easy to manipulate? When I speak of salaries, almost everyone gets a 5 to 7% increase, it looks like, except the CAO's office. It gets 10%. I find that an interesting anomaly. I think you should analyze it for yourself. $600,000 for the CAO's office. I assume that that's one person or an assistant. I think that's a pretty rich office, I'd say. Anyway, it's when inflation is running at 2% or thereabouts, how can that be a reasonable value? Number two, under parks, they get 20% more for wages. And I assume that that's a lot of money, going into the horseshoe money pit is what I assume. Economic Development Department. You have it listed that's as $422,000 for a budget. I mean, that's huge, with a $187,000 increase in that number. For what? Can't businesses create their own environment of endeavor? Does someone have to hold their hand to do something? I think it's a fabricated position. Is there any weight? Is there any business worth their weight if they can't be an entrepreneur on their own standing? So I find it a ridiculous department. When you read the significant achievements they wrote up for themselves, it's filled with platitudes and rhetoric and essentially no results that justify $422,000, in my view. So you're going to double the investment of this particular department this year. I don't know who's writing the budget up. Number 4, economic development sector profiles. You've got a budget of $66,000 plus $22,000 into the future. After you've just planned to double the economic development department and contracted out no less. It looks like there's more navel-gazing adventures going on every time with these studies. The quote in that one is, they're going to compile a database of county sector profiles for use in investment and retention activities for economic development. It sounds like a creative waste of money. It's kind of easy when it's not yours. Business, here number 5, business retention and expansion, must be in the same division. 28,000 and 25,000 in 2026. Again, retention. If it's, you don't need to have somebody study retention. It's either the economy drives that or it doesn't. Number 6, parks and recreational needs assessment. $110,000. Ouch. So you're going to utilize a contractor to understand the future requirements. Recreation is for free time, not a needs requirement. I can't see why your own staff can't figure that one out on their own. Why would you have to add it to some other contracted out service? So why would you say yes to that kind of stuff? Land analysis, number 7, 22,000 times 2 years, 44,000 bucks. Don't you have the staff to do that yourself? It seems like it's a redundancy. Why add it into the budget as an outsourcing? You got a governance model showing up. As if you don't have the means to do a proper governance already. It just sounds like more control. I don't know who thought that one up, but why overlay the blankets of rules and regulations that are already in place with more of the same? This would start at another $15,000 and go up from there with all kinds of time wasted with fancy rhetoric about what common people in leadership should already be doing. If you just followed the golden rule, all other rules become redundant. Simple wins. And lastly, I just say that there's more Cadillac things that are going on that they deserve observation, but that's for you to work out. So with all of the foregoing, it's hard to take the county as a serious operation that way. You're talking some big talk, sound serious, look busy, make lots of noise, but accomplish a low level of substance, all on our tax-paying dollars. Bridges, roads, and fire trucks make sense. The number of crunchers, wordsmiths, and philosophers need to be reined in. So I saw my taxes go up 17%, and you're well on the way to another unjustified tax increase this year. I was watching your show this morning, and it looks like you've got some more tax increases if you don't trim it back. So I'm sure that we're headed for another one if you don't say no to a lot of these things. Now, I'm not in council and I don't get paid, obviously, but I can easily see your lack of budget control. We need simplicity and economy instead of complicated and costly. This operation seems to be overstaffed or overpaid, or both. A lot of the reports are colorful, fluffed up, PowerPoint. It's just a lot of material that isn't really productive. Yet councillors are continuing to fill any request it seems that the budget makers fabricate. It appears as a go along to get along kind of gang by always voting yes. And I still believe that, as I mentioned before, there's kind of a group voting process that goes on here that's hardly ever says no. So, what do I see? I see misguided power. It's embarrassing to call it that because there are tender emotions inside this governing structure that will easily be angry with me, but yet let the chips fall where they may. Recall, if you will, the story about the emperor has no clothes. Everyone knows that story. The story's right here in the county. The bottom takeaway from that story is people are always afraid to criticize someone or something in power because of their perceived wisdom. We all have wisdom. What if this budget is all a big charade that needs exposing? I feel it's time to get pragmatic and real. So as I address you folks, we taxpayers hope to see you as one of us, as a taxpayer. But to those that change their ways into politicians that cozy up to the administration too easily and could forget who they represent, then fellow citizens who we used to know as balanced decision makers become our slave masters, and it creates an imbalance. It's an unfortunate imbalance, whereas you guys get to create the taxes and allow it, and that neutral playing field is lost. So we have to get back to a lack of hierarchy where you're a level playing field, is what I can see. I refuse to play a victim to organizations or anyone with unreasonable power. And now you can argue that, but you do have the power to legislate with taxation, and we can't minimize that situation. So keep that precious balance of neutrality intact. What I would like to ask each and every one of you, if that's possible, as counselors, is like, what would you express to me in convincing ways that I would have my $2,000 in taxes taken from me for having Horseshoe Canyon implemented at a $66 million event? Does that make sense? Each individual speaking to their own mind? Do you have any commentary? No, that's about it. I guess before I expect or would like some response, I would hope if it went to such a value of investment that there was a vote in the county to represent the true intent of the taxpayers, if that were possible. So back to the individual feedback, if I could, I'd like to know the counselor's response on the importance of why they see Horseshoe Canyon so attractive.
Okay. Well, normally a delegation is to provide us with information, and it's not necessarily a two-way conversation. It's up to council, though, to decide whether they would want to respond right now or whether they would want to respond to you later. So that's up to council. Like I know later in our agenda, we do deal with delegations and response to delegation questions. And so I guess I'm asking for direction from council. Would you prefer to wait and respond at that point, or do you want to make response at this point? Councillor McGee, Deputy Reeve McGee.
I think we have great policy in place that gives us an opportunity to respond later on the agenda. And I'd like to just, for streamlining of how we do this over the years, keep it simple and the same. So save responding for later.
Okay, thank you. Anyone else want to weigh in? Councillor Cunningham?
I'm happy to respond right now, so it's up to you whether you give me the floor to do that. I do know when Mr. Niemi was here last time, I think I did mention it, like I know there were some questions maybe that came from Mr. Niemi's presentation, so I think it's helpful if he's in the room to be able to ask those of him if you have questions, rather to ask it later in the disposition portion.
Okay. Any other comments from council? Councillor Phobes?
I too am also able to answer now if you would like. I have zero issues with that.
Okay. Anyone else? It would be a departure from our procedures, but that's, like I say, that's a council decision. Councillor McGee.
I'd like to move that we do not depart from the procedures in place and say this for later into the agenda, and I'd like to make that a formal motion, please.
So you're making a motion that we remain with process?
Yes.
So council has heard the conversation. You've heard the motion that's been made by Councillor McGee to respect process. Any further conversation or discussion related to that? Just give us a second, Kevin, please. Councillor McGee.
And I just want to say, Mr. Niemi, I appreciate the time you've taken to address the things that concern you, and I think that's an important process, so thank you for being here. I also, though, believe that we have procedures in place to streamline costs and time and efforts so that all of our residents and ratepayers can have the same process. And by changing those for you, then we're in a difficult situation for anyone else. And then we're again now using this process for something different than what the budgeting time and the budget of money has allowed for. And that's my reason for my motion. Not that I don't want to give you feedback, is that I really believe that when we stick to process, we actually save money and time.
Okay, so any further conversation or discussion? I want to be sure that you understand, Mr. Niemi, that we will not ignore your question and that we will respond, and it will be given back to you, whatever that response might be. Part of the process of a delegation is not to engage in a two-way conversation, and I recognize your desire for that. And so I guess what I would say is if this motion passes, we will address your concerns and respond. Any further discussion to the motion that we address the delegation under our normal agenda and process? Councillor Cunningham.
I just want to thank Mr. Niemi for coming in. A lot of times, budget, we go through the process of budget and it's approved, and then we hear from the people. And so I appreciate the fact that you came in while we're in this process so we can take your information and use that as part of our process. So I do appreciate it, and I think it's, as Deputy Reeves McGee said, we do have a process, but the unfortunate part for me is I don't see very many people utilize this process. So I do appreciate you taking your time to come in and to let us know your thoughts and how you feel about these things. So thanks again.
Any other discussion or comment? Councillor Phobes, please.
I'd also like to thank Mr. Niemi for coming forward, and your questions are not lost on who I am as well. So I do take I will take them under advisement when I'm making the decision on the final budget for 2025.
Thank you for that, Councillor Phobes. Any other comment, discussion, or question prior to the motion that's in front of us? I'm not seeing any, so I'm going to ask the question. All those in favor? Opposed? Motion is carried. So, Mr. Niemi, I'm going to say that as a council, we will respond to your questions and we will provide you with answers. We will address your questions here later in today's meeting and you will receive a response. And I echo the other councillors who have said thank you. It is appreciated that you're here. I know sometimes you probably feel maybe it's not, but I'd rather have our ratepayers feel that they have an opportunity to come here and talk to council. And sometimes maybe the process is frustrating, and I recognize that, but don't ever think that we don't appreciate the fact that you're here, so.
Yeah.
Thank you for being here today.
Sure. Well, at least got obviously it's their opinions and based on the information that you have to go digging for. So it could be a little more accessible to allow people to know upfront how you're creating the taxes into the future.
Yeah, and I don't,
Yeah.
you know, transparency is always a difficult thing. And our conversations around taxation and spending and revenue generation is all done in this public forum. And there is no closed door there to anybody who wants to be, nor is there, I mean, we're streaming live right now. We have it on YouTube after. The documentation that supports the conversation is available to the general public. So I don't think we're trying to be secretive about what we're doing. And I think there's not a councillor sitting at this table or Councillor Phobes who is not well today that wouldn't sit down with somebody and have a conversation.
Well, you might as well all hear the same story. It's what I figure is like, well, why would I sometimes only do one person when
You can talk to all of us.
it should be,
Yeah.
it should be done that way?
Yeah,
And the opportunity for dialogue should be reassessed as to how you can do that. Not
Okay.
this limited rule here. Anyway, so be that. Okay, thank you.
no, thank you very much. Appreciate you being here today, so thanks. Okay, I've had a request for a brief recess, so we'll take 5 minutes and we'll be back, or let's take 8 minutes and be back at 2:05. Okay, it's 2:06 PM, and I'll call the council meeting of October 22nd back to order. And we will return to 6.1.1, municipal participation in the Lone Butte Solar Project. Welcome back. Welcome back, Ms. Hazelton. I appreciate your patience with us as council. I'm not sure what else we can provide for you today. Is there other direction, perhaps administratively, Mr. Hogan, Ms. Hazelton, Mr. Gannon, that you might be looking for from us as council to facilitate that conversation that we discussed having in November? And then just want to be sure we're not missing the potential date to act as interveners, right? So, Mr. Hogan or Ms. Hazelton?
Through Mr. Eve, we'll take that. We know that council wants to participate. I think we heard that today. It might be good to wrap this up with a motion on that front. We'll prepare an item for probably November 12th to come back with, to solidify those list of concerns and to determine from there what the appropriate course of resource allotment will be.
Okay. It would depend on the level of expertise we're going to need to respond.
That's correct.
To, things that council wants us to respond to.
The level of expertise, or the, call it the force, might be a good word too. That's that if you're saying that, you know what, we're, if it's a hard no to the project, you might look at legal counsel at that point, because that's a more forceful argument. If you're saying we have concerns with this project that we think need to be addressed, that's a slightly different thing. Right, and that's probably more one we look at internally. So that's some thought to give in advance of that discussion too.
Okay. Councillor Cunningham, please.
Would it be possible to maybe talk to some other municipalities and just get a cost estimate on what legal was for them? I know that's hard to determine because depending on the length of the hearing and, you know, which company, or maybe we could reach out to one of our companies, because I know you do see you know, some of the ones that we do deal with that have participated. So I don't know if we can just get it like a, because I would have no idea what a cost estimate would be. I do know sometimes municipalities have used Daryl Bennett, and we did have Daryl Bennett with us in the spring of 2023. So I'd just be curious to know some different costs on what that would be.
I do have Foothills costs. I'll have to dig it out of my ever-increasing pile. But I do have their costs, and they did hire experts on theirs, so that did create a lot bigger cost than otherwise. One other thing I was just going to clarify, because you've added a couple other things to this list, so we want to make sure we've captured. Concerned with the changes to the LSRS rankings that have been done, and then fire suppression and training, that piece for the emergency response. I will add something to that and for the November 12th, and then we'll kind of base it off the original one.
Yeah, and I think part of what I'm hearing being raised as concerns is the conversations that we perhaps have as a municipality with proponents of projects like this can be construed in more than one way. And we, as a council, I think what I'm hearing is we really want to have what we've actually said represented at the hearing, not what somebody else has interpreted as what we might have said. And so if there's been some conversation, for instance, around emergency response and development of an emergency response plan, and they can imply those conversations in one way or another, and sometimes they imply greater things than perhaps what they ever put on the table. And so part of the concern that I'm hearing from other councillors and what I'm hearing in the conversation today is around how is Kneehill County Municipality being represented in the documents that are being presented to AUC, and if that's not a true picture of what's being said in this room, we need to be at that table to say, no, that's not what we've committed to. And so that's part of the concern as well. And so it all comes down to how do we actually accurately reflect the concerns that we have around some of the things that we see coming out in these applications, and how do we accurately protect the conversations that we've had and the commitments that have been made. Mr. Gannon, go ahead.
Thank you through the chair. I just want to get some clarity as well, because there's a difference, a strong difference between the legal, let's say, cost and engineering cost that may be incurred too. So when we're trying to challenge something, let's say on a technical aspect of what they're doing, those are differentiating costs. So we can go back and look at what municipalities have challenged and look at what costs they did. That might give you a representative of both. So we'll try to bring both of those aspects back, because I don't want to mislead anybody. There are engineering reports we've done that cost 60,000, some of them cost 500,000 in my career. So I want to make sure that we're aligning appropriately, that we understand the difference between representing and finding information.
Yeah, and I don't think anybody here in this room doubts that they've probably got a bigger oar in terms of cash involved in the water than what we do. But at the same time, like, I read through what they're presenting here, and if the provincial government's not going to raise a flag to say, no, you can't mess with Agri-Sid just because it suits you, and you can't change land classifications just because it suits you to lower the value of that classification, by arbitrarily going outside of what's already been determined. If they're not going to challenge that, is there not a place for us to say, and maybe in saying that, raise it as an issue to the province to say, is this reasonable? Therefore, are we going to have to then reevaluate the whole assessment system that we're using for ag land and all the things that spill downhill from that? To me, it's very concerning to see a company like this able to just go in and reclassify land under Agri-Sid based on their own evaluation protocols to say it's less value than what it was in the main system. And so that raises a red flag for me. And so perhaps if you came and said, we're going to have to spend $1 million to go and challenge this project, and by the time we're done, this is what it's going to cost us, then tell us that, and we as a council can make a decision whether we believe our ratepayers, when they said, yes, we'll pay for some advocacy, that $1 million is what they're willing to pay for. The answer is probably not. But at what level would we draw the line to say that's enough? And we need that information to be able to say that. And so I think that I agree with you, Mr. Gannon. The level of involvement is going to impact directly the amount of money that's going to be spent. But in fairness to us as council to make a decision on the level of involvement that we want, we have to know what it might cost us. And I think that's fair, both for you to say that to us and for us to ask that back again. Any other comment? Sure, Councillor Cunningham, please.
Just one more, promise. Yeah, and you hit the nail on the head. I think if we know that this will not be the last project that comes into our door, so I think we also need to set a precedent that you can't just come into Kneehill County and wave your magic wand and change land classifications, because that to me is ludicrous. You talked about representation earlier, and I think in a sense, I mean, our ratepayers will have their own representation, but I have talked to ratepayers, and I've seen the PIP, the participation program, and I've seen the disconnect between what the company is saying and what our people are saying. So I think there's some due diligence on our end on that part too. So, and maybe Ms. Hazelton, if somebody on staff has time, like I didn't watch the hearing for Westlock. I must have been busy that day. But when I quickly look through it, I can't determine whether they did have legal representation. It just says that Westlock County received participation rights and participated in oral hearing, so I'm not sure, but it would be interesting to know, since this is literally like fresh October 11th of 2024, if they did have legal, what did that cost them? Because that would be a pretty recent representation of cost, I would think. So, yeah, thank you.
So I'm assuming that, you know, all of this would be taken under advisement by administration. One of the things that's very interesting to me is not only what kind of costs they are encountering to do what they're doing, but are they actually getting anything back? Is the AUC actually making rulings that says, okay, Westlock County appeared in front of us, they spent $200,000 and we're giving them 50% of that money. Or they're not recognizing that participation and or allocating costs back to them. I know, and again, this is only my own personal experience, but it wasn't with AUC, but it was with Land and Property Tribunal. We spent thousands of dollars and got zero. And the ruling went totally against us, but we still didn't get any of our costs. So I'd be very interested to know that if they are allowing municipal participation and they're willing to consider municipal reimbursement, is that actually happening? Or is that just pie in the sky?
That, it's fairly new, so I'm not sure if there's anything on record yet that way. I do know with the ratepayers that have fought in different ones, they have gotten the majority of their money back. Very little is left on the table. In the ones that I've purposely pulled. Now, obviously that's not across the board, but I think it was more after the pause that municipalities had the opportunity to submit costs. So whether or not too many of those have happened, I don't know. But I'll do some digging and see. It does get a little bit challenging in searching for some of these because they open a new number for all these pieces that fall underneath. And so they are difficult to search on their site. So we will endeavor to see what we can pull. But that part I have found challenging because you look at under the normal number, you look and it's something different. So, but I do get the notices for cost recovery when they submit their automatic notices to me. So I will start pulling some of those as well.
Well, and at the same time, I'd be remiss if I didn't acknowledge the fact that you have lots of other things to do.
Yes, we do.
And so it is appreciated, the effort that's being made here. And I don't want to let that slide without acknowledging that we are asking for more than perhaps we've asked in the past, but we also see that as, obviously we're seeing that as a bit of a priority, I guess. So thank you. That acknowledgement is there, so thanks. Is there any other question, comment, or discussion? What we would be looking for is a motion that would say that council have Kneehill County participate in the AUC process regarding the Lone Butte Solar Project. And that would be the first motion, and then we would be looking for a second motion that we outline what those concerns are at the November 12th regular council meeting. Is there any further discussion or comment before we make those motions? Actually, I would entertain the motion and then we could have further discussion if necessary. Anybody wanting to make that motion? Councillor Cunningham.
I'll move that Kneehill County participate in the AUC process regarding the Lone Butte Solar Project.
Okay, thank you for that. So we do have a motion that we participate in the AUC process regarding Lone Butte Solar Project. Is there any further discussion or conversation related to that motion? Okay, I'm not seeing any. I'm going to ask the question then. All those in favor? And that motion is carried unanimously. Secondly, Mr. Hogan, do you want this specifically that we come back to the November 12th then to discuss this particular project?
Through Mr. Reeve, I think that's a direction that council gave, so we're just recommending it be solidified this way.
Okay, thank you. So would someone then care to make that motion that we get specific at the November 12th regular council meeting? Councillor Forbes?
I make the motion that council discuss specific concerns regarding the Lone Butte Solar Project at the November 12th, 2024 regular council meeting.
Okay, thank you for that. So is there any further conversation or discussion related to that motion? And the only comment I would make is I think it's incumbent on us to come prepared on the 12th to outline where our concerns are so that administration can address them. So if you have specific things that you want addressed, It might even be helpful to have them to them before that date, but at least by that date so that it can be included in whatever materials are developed. Councillor Phobes?
Before we move forward, if I have some questions, who should I send them to, please?
Mr. Hogan, or Ms. Hazelton, where would you like questions related to this specific project addressed?
As per, through you, Mr. Mayor, as per protocol, those would be best coming to myself or Director Gannon.
Okay. All right, thank you for that clarification. All right, any other questions or discussion prior to me asking whether we're in favor or not? I'm not seeing any. All those in favor? And again, that's carried unanimous. So the protocol is if you have questions, comment, or material that you'd like to have addressed related to this topic, we are going to send them to Mr. Hogan and CC them to Mr. Gannon, and then they'll go down the channel. All right. Again, thank you, Ms. Hazelton. It is very much appreciated, and we recognize your time is valuable, and so thank you for being here. Okay, moving on in our agenda, we would go to 6.3.1, which is disposal of fire engines. And Mr. Gannon, are you taking this, or is Ms. Grossfield joining us? Well, welcome, Mr. Gannon, and anytime you're ready.
Thank you very much, Council. As per the deliberations on our fleet and our asset, the question came up within what do we do with our fire engines and how do we move forward with the disposal of that? As a team, we sat down and reviewed it. In 2020, Kneehill County donated 2 engines to the Alberta Society of Fire Abroad, which was in Paraguay. We were lucky enough that these deliveries were delayed, but they did receive them, and they're very thankful for that support. As indicated in the RFD, the level of support these countries get for their fire departments is dissimilar to what we're used to on a regular basis. So any type of support makes a great impact on those communities. Right now in 2023, we're able to repurpose, as per the RFD, we did repurpose one of the tank trucks. We have 2 trucks ready for disposal in 2024. And the evaluation on those 2 vehicles was to provide council with different options of where we go with them. We discussed as a team, do we bring back an RFD that this is the direction we go all the time? Do we go back to donating, or do we look at disposal in a different method? We thought that the environment would bring back these options to council, but to also understand that the environment's changed quite drastically out there. So the value of those fire engines or that equipment might be a lot more, and we could recover a greater amount versus the limited amount that we're seeing lately. So a one-by-one decision of when these do come up for disposal to really gauge that environment and have those conversations. Some of the discussion that we have is to sell the engine in an auction with a reserve bid and put the monies raised back into our capital equipment plan. The income from fire trucks over 20 years was anticipated to be higher than in the last couple of years. However, the trucks are now back to a regular build rotation. That price has again decreased to normal disposal prices. For example, a partner municipality just reached $14,000 as a sale price for their 2000 engine. The other option that we did present is similar to the top option, is that we could donate this to the Project Paraguay from the ASFA. Has been one of their primary basis operations since 2015. And we're still working with the departments down there. That said, if for some reason we don't find a department in Paraguay that want or can receive the truck, which is unlikely, would explore other countries to send them to that have the same drastic or real needs that that geared these projects to move forward. So right now we have those two options for council to consider, and I'm here to answer any questions if I can.
Okay, so discussion, questions, or comment? We have two options. One is to sell and put the money back into the capital equipment plan, or the second one being to donate, as we've done previously, to, in this case, we Project Paraguay, and where those engines would have a much extended life. Conversation, discussion, motions, questions. Councillor Forbes.
I have a question. I'm just wondering, like, when we donate these fire trucks to Paraguay, do we get a charitable receipt in return?
Mr. Gannon.
Sorry, thank you through the chair. I'm not sure. I'd really have to look at that. I'm not sure if we do get one. I'm not certain, but I would assume no, if I was to assume that. But we will check for you, Councillor Phillips.
Okay, any other questions? Councillor Penner.
So if you sent it to auction and put in a reserve bid, are the fees very high when you pass something at auctions?
Mr. Gannon.
Thank you through the chair. They can be. It all depends on, sometimes it's the selling price depending on the auction or the type of auctions you go to. For example, as expressed in here, we could do a reserve cost to make sure that we're recuperating the exact same amount that we want, but different auctions sometimes charge different amounts. So it's really trying to explore where the market is and where that return is. I hope that answers it. It's variable. From my understanding.
So what I'm thinking is, say if it's only, we're only going to get $14,000 for it, and we want to pass it in, we feel as a council it's more valuable to give it to a third world country. I just was wondering what the cost is to pass it, and bring it back.
I can, sorry, through the chair, I don't have those numbers right in front of me, but we can get them to, because we've done this previously, so we can find out exactly what that was. The costs that are for disposal of engines through auction, or if there's any additional cost this way. I don't think there's any additional cost. The donation goes through the society where we don't see anything except for staff time to make sure the engines are ready to go. But on the auction side, I can find more understanding of what those costs are. I'm not sure if we've done a fire engine in a while through auction, but I can check to see what those costs were for the one that we mentioned here.
Any other questions or comments? Councillor Whitstock.
I guess, and it's probably a relevant question, but when we send these trucks, we're not responsible to have the equipment on them. It would be or whoever grabs them and sends them there, they would have that equipment on that truck so it's ready to use when it's delivered, or how does that work?
Mr. Gannon.
Thank you through the chair. From my understanding, the donation is for the truck and the equipment that comes with the truck, which is whatever's attached to the truck. Any additional firefighting equipment, there is different donation mechanisms for that, but we're not really putting that into the discussion. It's whatever belongs with the truck as far as design, that it goes with the truck. Anything else, let's say gear or anything like that, that they use to supplement the use, that's not included into the donation.
Okay, thank you for that. Any further conversation or discussion? Any other thoughts? Go ahead, Councillor McGee.
I'd like
Deputy
to
Reeve.
move council donate the 2 engines, both spare and the Kneehill County 3 Hills Station engine, to the Alberta Society for Firefighters Abroad Project Paraguay.
Okay, so we do have a motion that would donate those 2 engines, the spare and the Kneehill County Station, 3 Hills Station one, to Alberta Society for Firefighters Abroad, Project Paraguay. Any further discussion, questions, comment related to the motion? Which is to donate the 2 engines. Councillor Forbes.
I'm in agreement with this motion. I just would request that I could have, if before another truck comes back before council, that information with charity statuses, how much it costs to get it in a sale. I would appreciate that being forwarded by the next time you bring a truck before us.
Okay, Councillor Christie.
Curiosity, one of those trucks was in the 3 Hills Station. Do they own a third of it, or it's all ours?
The 3 Hills Station had 2 engines in it. One belonged to the town of 3 Hills and one belonged to Kneehill County. And this engine we're talking about is the Kneehill County one that was located in the 3 Hills Station. We've gone now to 1 truck where we are sharing costs, but previous we had 2 trucks there, one belonging to the town of 3 Hills and one belonging to Kneehill County.
Thank
And
you.
I'm not sure what 3 Hills is doing with theirs, but that's not our business. Any further question, comment, discussion? Not seeing any. So I'm going to ask the question. All those in favor of the motion to donate? And that's carried unanimously. Thank you very much. And thank you, Mr. Gannon, for your presence here today and for providing us with the information that we needed. Okay. The next item on our agenda is 7.1, Community Grants, Round 2, 2024. And welcome, Ms. Vanderkoel.
Thank you. What a different view I have right now.
Well, we can see you clearly now.
Yes, I can't hide behind my screen. So good afternoon, council. Today I bring you agenda item number 7.1, Round 2 Community Grants. The Round 2 Community Grant application deadline was on October 2nd, 2024. There were a total of 4 eligible applications received and a 5th application that may or may not be eligible. We have brought this application forward for council to determine the eligibility. Do you want to determine that application eligibility before we continue on, Mr. Chair, or do you want to just go ahead and deal with it?
So what's council's wish? Yes, we want to determine that? I think so. Sure.
So applicant number 5 is from the Kneehill Housing Corporation. Administration believes that this applicant may not be eligible for the grant, as the organization already receives requisition funding from Kneehill County as well as provincial funding. So policy 15-3, section 1.3 states that that organizations that provide services or programs that are responsibility of another level of government, including health, education, libraries, and social services, are not eligible. As this is a gray area, we have brought this matter forward for council to decide. We have provided funding for senior lodges in the past, but the applications came from a society, such as the Linden Benevolent Society for seniors. The gray area is that one is a society and other is a corporation.
Okay, Councillor Forbes, go ahead.
So when Amanda put this forward, I can speak to it. I texted her the other day when I was reading through this package, sorry. When I was reading through this package, we do have a charity status, but she didn't put it under the charity status. So I fully understand, and so does she, if it does not go through.
Okay. I guess part of the question in my mind is ownership of the asset and whether or not it's a responsibility of another level of government. And so that's I'm not sure where we end up on that. But certainly this is a council decision and a conversation that we need to have, and so I'm looking forward to having direction as to where we might want to go with this particular decision. Question, comments, discussion, Councillor Phobes, please.
Since we didn't fill it out the proper way and I didn't catch it because we were super busy at the time when I signed off on this paperwork, I'm okay with removing it at this time, and we can reapply with our charity status. We're just asking for the funds in the future again, just so that we can renovate the rooms to fill them.
Okay, thank you for that. I guess I'm still somewhat seeking direction from council in terms of if this application was to come back under a charitable organization, does that change the reality of the application? And I guess that's the direction I'm looking for. Councillor Cunningham, please.
And I don't think I have any direction, but I'm just trying to remember, was it last round? We did do a grant to one of the Linden nursing homes. Was that correct? Was it for, I can't remember what it was for. Windows, something? So I just wonder how we clarify the difference between the
So
organizations.
was that for the Linden Lodge or Westview, or who was that for?
It was for the Linden Westview Care, no, Linden Lodge, sorry, Linden Lodge. And it was from it wasn't, the application didn't come from the Linden Lodge, it came from the Friends of the Benevolent, yeah, Linden Benevolent Society for Seniors.
Okay. Councillor Whitstock.
Well, I don't know if I'm correct or not, but that being said, if it's funded through a requisition through municipalities, that tells me that it is a municipal ownership. That's how I see it. So that would be ineligible for the grant process.
Councillor Penner, you wanted to make a comment?
Sorry. When we gave it to Linden, was it to upgrade the actual structure, or was it something within the?
It was to upgrade their windows.
Councillor Christie.
Their funding requisition is, they set that level, do they not? Like we get a we get the bill and have to pay it.
So, so Golden Hills Lodge is the requisitioning through Kneehill Housing, correct? So the other manors and other seniors nonprofit or subsidized housing or whatever that Kneehill Housing manages, that's provincially funded. So the specific organization that is requisitioning funds from Kneehill County is Golden Hills Lodge. That's who Kneehill Housing is requisitioning for. Can you help me clarify that?
So through Mr. Chair, and we'll have to confirm the understanding of this, but as we know it today, Kneehill Housing is the entity that's doing the requisition. But what Kneehill Housing spends its money towards has a couple different streams, and they're the ones that you've outlined. So there's a requisitioning portion. I don't know if you term the other portion as affordable housing or seniors housing or whatever it is, but there's a portion there that the province covers and a portion that's requisitioned for the municipality, but it's all under the umbrella of Kneehill Housing.
Okay, so again, for clarity, and this is helpful for me, is so the requisition that we get from Kneehill Housing goes to which facilities? All of their facilities or a specific facility? Councillor Cunningham? Oh, Councillor Phobes, you have your hand.
No, I was just gonna say it goes specifically to the Golden Hills Lodge, not to the provincial side that we manage on the province's behalf.
Okay, And Councillor Cunningham, you had a comment?
Sorry, because now my brain's getting really scrambled, which is not uncommon at this time of day. So Councillor Phobes, could we confirm, would that requisitioning not include like the manors as well though? Because that is in the various communities, it just wouldn't include the community housing in Three Hills. Does that make sense? Can we confirm that?
We can confirm it, but right now, if you're asking me from a counselor perspective, this one would not get approved because of the way that we've submitted it to the county, because we shouldn't be from Golden Hills Lodge because we requisition the funding. So I would not be in favor of this money going through the way it currently stands.
Okay. Mr. Hogan.
Just as council's discussing here, I've gone further in the agenda to the policy. We can clarify which portion goes to which, but if I draw council's attention to policy section 1.3, the following are not eligible for funding under this policy. C says organizations that provide services or programs that are the responsibility of another level of government, including health, education, libraries, or social services. So I think if you're reading it that way and it's provided with provincial funding, it still isn't meeting council's policy. That doesn't mean that you couldn't fund it some other way outside of this grant if you so choose.
Okay, so what I'm hearing is we're not sure about the clarity. And Councillor Phobes has indicated a willingness to come back and resubmit in a different way. And maybe it might even be under a different stream. And so if everyone is in agreement, perhaps we could remove that one from consideration and just deal with the other four, which is Kneehill Adult Learning, Kneehill Minor Hockey Association, Torrington District Ag Society, and the Trochu Dance Troupe. I see lots of heads nodding, so I'm going to assume that. Okay.
Yep.
All right. So we've dealt with the first question.
Yeah.
Ms. Vanderkoop.
I can continue? Perfect. So now that we've determined that Kneehill Housing is not eligible for the total amount requested for round two is $5,125.37. There remains a balance of $14,475.50 in the grant program, meaning that council has sufficient funds to approve all applications if they wish to do so. Mr. Chairman, would you like me to read through all the applications, and as I review them, council can ask questions? Okay, perfect. So I'll start with the Trochu Dance Troupe. The Trochu Dance Troupe is seeking funding to purchase and install mirror coverings in their dance studio. The total project cost is $850. They are requesting $425 in funding. The county has not provided them with funding in the past. The second application is the Torrington and District Agricultural Society. The Torrington District Ag Society is seeking funding to purchase new goalie netting. The total project cost is $960.75. They are requesting $480.37 in funding. In 2019, the county provided them with $1,500 to update their website. The third application today is the Kneehill Minor Hockey Association. They are seeking funding to replace their worn-out goalie equipment. The total project cost is $2,939.98. They are requesting $1,470 in funding. The county has provided them support in the past. In 2022, the county provided them with $5,000 in funding for new jerseys, and in 2022, the county provided them with $2,732 to purchase smaller nets. I feel like their years are wrong on that, but we have provided them funding in the past. Kneehill Adult Learning Society is seeking funding to provide minor renovations, upgrades to learning and office space. The committee presented their project at the October 15th Committee of the Whole meeting. The total project cost is $5,500. They're requesting $2,750 in funding. The county provided this organization grant funding previously to renovate for wheelchair access in the amount of $5,000.
Okay, thank you for that. So if we approve the four applications that you have just mentioned, it would be $5,125.37 in total funding. Is there any discussion, question, comment from council? related to the 4 remaining applications. If there are none, then what I would be looking for would be a motion to approve the grant funding for the Trochu Dance Troupe, Torrington and District Ag Society, Kneehill Minor Hockey Association, Kneehill Adult Learning in the amount of $5,125.37. Councillor Penner.
I'd make the motion that council approve the following round 2 community grants for the listed non-profit organizations in the amount of $5,120.37, right?
$5,125.37.
Okay, to the Trochu Dance Troupe, $425, Torrington and District Ag Society, $480.37, Kneehill Minor Hockey Association, $1,470, and the Kneehill Adult Learning for $2,750.
Okay, thank you for that. So we have a motion to approve those 4 funding for $5,125.37. Any further question, discussion, comment? Councillor Cunningham.
I just want to say I really appreciated Kneehill Adult Learning coming in and speaking to us, because when their application came before us last time, I didn't understand it and probably didn't have a really good understanding of the complexity of what they do. So I really appreciate that they took the time to come in. It really helped me out with that. So.
Okay, thank you for that comment. Yeah, it really did help clarify where things were at there. And I just want to say thank you to Councillor Phillips too for helping us today in this conversation. Help us get some clarity there too. Appreciated it, so thank you. If there's no further discussion, I'm going to ask the question, which is to approve the 4 funding or groups for funding to $5,125.37. All those in favor? And that's approved unanimously, carried. Okay, the next item on our agenda, and thank you, Ms. Vanderkool. Next item on our agenda is Renewable Energy Reclamation Security Engagement. And Mr. Hogan, I believe this is you.
Thank you, Mr. Reeve. To introduce this item, it's been requested by Councillor Cunningham that Council give consideration to this item. This is part of an engagement process that is currently ongoing. Through that, we've included the questions in the RFD that are specifically being posed, although they have said that they're open to other feedback as well. With that, under the questions, we have included some notes for Council's consideration. Of course, you're free to accept those, amend them, change them completely as Council deems fit. In the responses or the draft responses that we've provided, the general theme of those, or not even the general theme, the straight out theme of those, is that we think this is an area that the province should be looking after and managing, and not leaving it to municipalities or independent landowners to try to manage securities or to potentially be involved in processes or items that they don't necessarily have expertise in. And that's not meant, I just want to clarify, that's not meant necessarily as a slight, that's simply meant as the companies they're dealing with deal with this day in, day out. Your average resident, and even your municipality, does not.
Okay, thank you for that. So direction, questions, comments, discussion. Councillor Cunningham.
So I did attend virtually 3 webinars that were put on by Alberta Environment Protected Areas. And so the purpose of those meetings, the first one, I think I did maybe email it to everybody, was kind of just information. And then the 2 following ones were mostly Q&A. And they were really good. It was a collection of council, administration, companies that do renewable projects, landowners, just a really nice mix. So there were some really amazing questions that came. And just listening to the staff at Alberta Environment and Protected Areas, I think it was just the common theme, kind of almost what we've talked about today, is they want to hear from municipalities. And so, again, they're asking for our feedback. So when I look through the RFD, Mr. Hogan, you guys did an excellent job, and I appreciate that. So there was another municipality, just a fellow that I just name stood out with me, and just the same concerns I think that we're having, that if private landowners hold the security and perhaps, or companies go bankrupt and the companies can't pay or the people can't pay, where does that leave municipalities? So just listening to the comments, I think just the same theme of things, questions and concerns that we would have. And the staff kept coming back and saying, we want to hear from you. So I think this is important that we do provide feedback. I did ask in terms of battery storage, when that's added to an existing project, will there be additional security added? That was just one thing that I wondered about, and the staff at Environment said, we're not sure. That's a gray area. So our favorite color. So again, his comments were, we would appreciate that feedback from municipalities as to what you would like us to do. So they're doing a good job of looking at information, and they're going to work with the AUC and I guess come up with a plan. So anyhow, it was really worth my time, I think, and quite enjoyed it. They did say it's going to be government or landowner. There will be no double dipping. They won't require both, right? So there is a 1-800 number. If anybody, I can pass it on to Mr. Hogan. They mentioned it a couple times. If anybody ever sees any concerns, whether that's oil and gas, solar projects, wind, anything that you're concerned about the treatment of the land, there is a 1-800 number that they do have to call. So I will pass it on to administration if anybody ever has comments about that. So yeah, it's good. Okay, Councillor Penner says give it out. 1-800-222-6514.
So that's Alberta Environment and Protected Areas, and that's their complaint and direct inquiry line.
Energy and Environmental Response Line, it says.
Okay. Energy and Environmental Response Line. Okay, thank you. So that number is 1-800-222-6514. Okay, good. The only, I think that your comment about the battery storage, so as they increase the value of their development and the complexity of that, I think that there needs to be a reevaluation of the security. And appropriate security should be put in place as those developments occur. So I agree with you there. I also agree with your comment. I think that the answers that are in this RFD pretty much reflect a position that I would hold, is that the province should hold the security. The security value should be determined at the beginning and then reevaluated over the life of the project. And so it's a fair value that's being held. And absolutely no consideration should be given for salvage value. Because that's just somebody's wild guess as to what that might be. And I don't think it's, we're talking about returning land back to its original condition, and what they do with what they take away is their problem, not ours, I think. So I think what you have in here, Mr. Hogan, if we capture the thought of changes to development and security increasing to reflect that, I think we're probably good. You had a comment?
Only the two, one related to this, that we can add a section under our answer to section 3 that we won't say battery storage specifically, but we would broaden that to be any development. Any additional development should incur a reassessment of that fee. So we'll come up with some wording for that, and I think I heard council support for that. Okay. The other one regarding the complaint number, that is the incident number. We do have that number internally already, and it is one we give out to residents when they have concerns that are outside of our jurisdiction, but within the provinces.
Okay. Are there any other discussion or comment related to the RFD that's in front of us? Go ahead, Councillor Cunningham.
Yeah, just in terms of that reassessing, just I had on my notes, they called it progressive reclamation. So yeah, that it's not just a done deal, that it's reviewed every time something happens, yeah, something changes, yeah.
Okay, any other questions or comments? If not, I'd be looking for a motion to direct administration to submit a written response. Councillor Cunningham?
So I'll move that council direct administration to submit a written response as part of the Renewable Energy Reclamation Security Engagement based on the amended answers discussed. And could I just add, by, the due date is October 25th, I think?
Yes, I believe that's correct. I have 15th in the RFD, but I believe it is the 25th.
Yeah.
Just 3 days following the meeting.
Perfect, thank you. And thank you for the work on this, it was well done.
Okay, so we have a motion to submit a written response with the amended information. And I would say, again, just reflect Councillor Cunningham's comments. We do recognize this is adding work in some ways to people's portfolio, but we do appreciate the efforts that are being made. So we see it as a high value endeavor here, so. All right, if there's no further discussion, we have a motion to direct administration to submit a written response as part of the Renewable Energy Reclamation Security Engagement based on the amended answers discussed and submitted by October 25th, 2024. If there's no further discussion, I'm going to ask the question. All in favor? And that is carried unanimously. And again, thank you, Mr. Hogan, and to administration. The next item on our agenda is 7.3, Central Alberta Economic Partnership. Is this in a, oh yeah, this is different. Mr. Hogan.
Through Mr. Reeve, this item was brought forward by Councillor McGee, Deputy Reeve McGee now, as a member of this, sorry, I'm just getting used to this again. As a member of CAPE, we are entitled to 2 representatives. So at the organizational meeting this morning, you dealt with the primary and alternate. Under the CAPE documents, we also have the ability to appoint a business rep, would essentially be a member at large. Representing the business community. And so we're just ascertaining whether council would like to move forward with that or not. If so, that's a decision that would have to be made at the November 12th council meeting, which means between now and then we would do a bit of advertising to garner any interested applicants, and if we received 1 or more, bring those back to council for a decision.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Hogan. Discussion, comment, questions? Councillor McGee.
So I'll just expand a bit on what we'd be asking for from this person. It needs to be someone who is from the business community. The first step would be by us appointing them. They would be our representative. They would go to, would be welcome to go to the regular meetings of members, which is normally the spring and fall AGMs. In addition to that, then, in the fall AGM, when we have our elections, they could also put their name forward to become a director on the board of directors. We have 3 seats that are specifically only for business representatives. And so, not that this person would have to do that, but that option would also be available. So it's a to me, it's a great way to have the businesses of our community better understood on the regional level of how we can partner and how we can get our needs met, as well as how to collaborate as a region. If we're better understood, and not being a business person outside of farming, I think this would be a valuable thing to bring forward for people to understand how we are unique in some ways compared to some, because we have everywhere from Red Deer, the city of Red Deer, to the surrounding counties, to very small municipalities like Bicycle at the table. So this would be a great way for us to have further representation of who we really are.
So a question I would have is if we were to nominate and put forward a business representative to this, to the Cape partnership, is there a cost to Kneehill County? And if so, what might that look like? So would that be similar to an Ag Service Board appointee attending a Ag Service Board conference, and we would be paying per diem to them, meals, if they had to require accommodation and mileage? Is that, I guess I'd be looking for clarification on how that might work. Not that I'm opposed to the idea, I just want to be clear in terms of how that might work. Mr. Hogan?
With you, Mr. Eve, I think for, it would be consistent that the county would provide some compensation for mileage, per diems and stuff, as we do with all our other members at large.
Okay, thank you, I appreciate that clarification. Any other questions, comment, discussion? What do we think of the idea of advertising for a business representative to sit on the Cape board, or attend the Cape meeting, sorry, not sit on the board, but I mean, potentially that could happen. Councillor Forbes and then Councillor Cunningham.
Just a question around, would we only be taking applicants from the county's border, or would you consider the urbans within our county?
Councillor, or Deputy Reeve McGee, and then I'll come back to you, Councillor Cunningham.
It's only as a representative of our membership as a county.
Okay, and Councillor Cunningham.
Good question, Councillor Forbes. Yeah, I'm always going to be in favor of this, Deputy Reeve McGee, because I mean, anytime I think that our business community can have a voice at a table, it's important. They're the ones that are logging the hours and trying to keep the businesses open and living the dream. So yeah, 100%, I fully endorse this.
Okay, thank you for that. Any other discussion, comment, or questions related to the RFD or a motion by anyone wishing to make that? Councillor Penner.
I'd make the motion that council direct administration to seek applications for the Cape Business Representative position from the community for consideration at the November 12th, 2024 regular council meeting.
Okay, thank you. So we do have a motion that we would direct administration to seek applications for the Cape Business Representative position from our community for consideration at the November 12th, 2024 regular council meeting. Any further discussion, question, or comment to that motion? Okay, I'm not seeing any, so I'm going to ask the question. All those in favor? And that is carried unanimously. Thank you very much. The next item on our agenda is Kneehill County Governance Model. And again, Mr. Hogan, this would be you, I guess.
Thank you, Mr. Reeve. At the previous regular council meeting, administration was directed to go put a budget together for this. So what it would take to prepare a document similar to the one that Red Deer County prepared. As we went through that, and there's a variance in that in the top and bottom number that really depends to the process that council may want to undertake. So as an example, if you wanted to kick this off with a kind of a speaker and a refresh on that, obviously that's somebody you're bringing in that you're going to expend some funds for. If not, and you want to go into it, then that is something that just the creation of the document, some of that administration can do. We anticipate that if you go that route, then there may be more time spent in council discussions, depending on how those go, what you want to see included into it, all that phase. So our suggestion is that we do bring somebody in to do that. We've included that in the scale of pricing that we've put forward. The purpose of a document like this would be to provide a roadmap that fosters continued good governance for council now and for future councils. I think there'd be benefit to being a communication tool for anyone contemplating running for council, as well as the general public, to understand how municipal government operates. We have this term and every other term of council that I've been a part of, first-term councillors always come on and talk about how much they didn't know or how they didn't know things operate, and that's been a consistent pattern for every council that I've worked for. So I think there's merit there to have a document like this that explains some of those things and that puts it out there. Like you said, Red Deer County's gone down this road. I don't know if other municipalities are looking at it, although I've heard chatter some are. Right now, similar to us, it's chatter. What we'd look at is a lot of the development of the document itself we would do internally, and then farm out some of the design work to a graphic design entity, which we do with some of our other documents as well. So that's kind of the rough process that we've put together. Depending on the time frame and speakers, we've given you a budget, kind of a high and low, and one will note that within council's existing budget, that can be funded. So there aren't amendments or additional monies that are needed. Council has a couple of areas, whether that's within the realms of strategic planning or contingency, that funding can come from.
Okay, thank you for that, Mr. Hogan. Discussion, comment, questions, direction, Councillor Penner.
I would have found this very, very valuable when I first sat in this seat. So I think putting something together, I'm all for it, because I think it's a great tool, and especially with an election within the year.
Okay, for that, any other comment or questions, discussion? Councillor Forbes?
Yes, I have a couple of red flags with it as well, because I'm still struggling with the fact of, are we in contravention of the one we've currently all under? But I guess the biggest red flag for me is that administration assesses which items require a governance and priorities committee before going to the meetings. This places significant responsibility on administration to judge the importance of issues, which might lead to the bias or inconsistencies in what is brought before council. That's a huge red flag for me. And just moving forward as a councillor with this type of document.
So, Councillor Forbes, just help me out here for a second. So are you concerned that the document could be slanted by administration?
A little bit.
Okay, so.
A little bit.
One of the things I would say in response to your red flag is that's one of the reasons why I think having a out-of-house resource come in to help us work through the conversation, to take away some of that bias, and they also would maybe be able to challenge us in areas that maybe administration wouldn't feel comfortable doing. So, like, I look at it, and one of the reasons I even brought this forward is as I read through the documents attached to the Red Deer review that took place by Municipal Affairs, there were numerous times where I saw myself in those documents and thought, I have room for improvement, even though I've been on council for quite a length of time, and there are still processes that maybe I'm not 100% clear on. And so I thought it would probably be a valuable exercise for myself as an existing councillor, but also very much so for anybody new who's considering being on council, just to truly understand the process. When I first became a councillor, I thought, man, the world's my oyster. I'm going to be able to come in and make these massive changes, and we're going to get this wheels on the bus and we're going to roll down the road, until I ran into the MGA, which built all these fences around myself as a councillor. And I suddenly realized that I didn't have as much freedom as I contemplated having prior to becoming a councillor. So I really think that although we have policies and procedures, guidance, we have code of conduct as councillors, we need to have together an awareness of exactly how it is that we operate and how it is that we make governance decisions. And even today, and rightly so, we see those decisions being questioned, challenged by our ratepayers. And so how do we go back as councillors to say, this is the process that we engaged in. Here is the clear parameters by which we made that decision. I know if there was a public hearing or something like that involved, or we advertised a new policy or whatever, here was your opportunity to have feedback and give us input. And so that we more clearly understand ourselves what the processes are so that we can communicate those better as well. That's just was my thinking. And like I say, when I read some of the comments that were identified in the Red Deer County much broader, bigger document, I could see myself in there in numerous places, and I just thought, you know what? There is a perception out there that perhaps we as council are being biased or influenced by administration. And maybe to a degree, rightly so, because we're asking them to make recommendations for us. But there's a much greater implication out there that says we're being directed. This way we can say, here's the process. This is where administration has input. This is where we have freedom as council to make decisions. And we just outline that very clearly for everybody to see. And I think it would be very beneficial. I pretty much gave you the whole can of worms, but that's my point of view. And that was in answer to your question about how we might avoid the bias for administration. And go ahead, please, Councillor Forbes.
So can I just get some clarity on what the document means when it states governance and priorities committees, please?
Okay, so that, are you referring to the Red Deer County model?
Well, that's what you're referring to, so yes, sir, I am. Thank
Okay.
you.
So the only reason that model's in here is it's the one I referenced. So whatever we develop might be somewhat modeled after this, but it would be specific and direct to Kneehill County. And so if there's parts of this policy that really are not applicable to us, they would not be in our governance model. The governance model I think that we need to develop has to be specific to Kneehill County. And the priorities and all of those things need to be Kneehill County. Go ahead, Councillor Forbes.
And I guess why I'm asking this question on the governance and priorities committee is that I just feel sometimes that this might limit public's input on important decisions. And so that's why I'm struggling with this particular concern that you've brought forward.
Councillor McGee.
I think that's a great concern, and I think it's also a concern our public has. And I think there's room to add to this document where that's clarified. Because I think and maybe even that we have a separate pamphlet or a tool where our public can see how they work with the government and the decisions we make and how to bring their concerns forward and those types of things, because I think that is often very misunderstood. But I also really do appreciate that the primary focus of this document was primarily what do we have as an obligation as a municipal governance.
And the other comment I would make is the Governance and Priorities Committee that Red Deer County has, they set the agendas for their council, and it's a combination of both council and administration that do that. We don't have that process here, and I don't know that we would want to implement that here. However, if we had a conversation and there was a reason why we might want to consider that, then maybe that's something we would do. But if you look at the whole document and you look at things like notice of motion and all the things like that, where councillors have the ability to bring forward specific concerns and have them placed on council's agenda, there is no closing of the door to individual councillors in terms of being able to bring forward things that are a concern to them that they feel council needs to address. Even within this model that Red Deer has, and even with their Governance and Priorities Committee, There is no closing of the door to things like notice of motion and ways to get topics on the agenda, so. And like I say, we would have to make this very much our document, not somebody else's. I don't want to just cherry pick that document and say, this is now ours. What I want to do, or what I'm proposing that we do, is create a governance model that fits for Kneehill County and that is very clear to all of us in terms of what our responsibilities are and how we move things forward within making governance decisions and moving priorities forward that I have as an individual counselor or we as a whole as council have. Councillor Forbes and then Councillor Cunningham.
One of the concerns I have received from one of my ratepayers in regards to this is that they believe that you might be limiting future council's ability to be able to act on behalf of the residents that they represent. Can someone just clarify that, please?
I'll let Deputy Reeve McGee have a go at it and then go ahead.
So I think this becomes very confusing for people, and so I go back to, I believe, yeah, it's Municipal Affairs Alberta. They have a fantastic tool that speaks about public engagement. And we also have our own public participation bylaw. Those are things that outlines how we can have input. Sorry, the municipal government one is called Public Input Toolkit. It's under Municipal Affairs Alberta. And so we're talking about two different things. When we're in a council meeting, we are here to make decisions that are under governance. And that input needs to have been done prior to the debate for the decision. And so it's two different processes. And I think sometimes we confuse them. And I think that's another reason why we need to have these conversations is because, you know, no different than some of the committees I'm on, I'll use Kneehill Housing as an example. We don't have the average resident coming in to give their input on how we should make a decision of that day, even though it is their tax dollar money. It is something that then, if they were concerned about, they would call me, talk to me about prior to the meeting. But during the meeting, we don't have only one resident come to speak on their opinions. So it's kind of how to separate the two. There's lots of opportunity we have for public input. But when it comes to debating the actual decision in a meeting, that's supposed to be totally governance. And the input has happened to inform us for that decision. Does that make sense, or am I speaking in circles?
I think one of the things in the Red Deer document, and I'm coming to you, Councillor Cunningham, is if you look at, there's a whole outlined process for councillors making inquiries or requests of administration, and there's a timeline for the responses. There's a timeline in terms of how that's defined, whether it's a request for service or whatever. It's a reporting of a problem. So there is, I think it actually frees up ratepayers to bring concerns to their councillors. And then there's a process where if I've brought that concern forward and registered it with administration, there's accountability now for administration in terms of responsiveness to that. And so I think from my point of view, in terms of residents being able to be heard and get responses and acknowledged, I think in that model, there is a clearly outlined process to allow that to happen. For them to talk to us and us to forward that concern, but we also have within our own organization already a method for them to phone and register concerns, and then there's a process by which they would get response. This just clearly outlines it. And in our own model, it would be the same thing. We would determine how that takes place. And I think we have to be really clear that there's no way that we want to stop our ratepayers and residents from being able to bring forward concerns either to administration directly or to ourselves as councillors. And nor do we want to silence the voice of a councillor who's representing a ratepayer. All we want to do is outline what's the correct form. That's it. And so there's I don't think there's any desire to silence myself as a councillor or anyone as a councillor or a ratepayer at any point in time. We need to hear those concerns.
Yeah.
And we need to have a process to show that A, we heard that concern, and B, we were going to respond.
Yeah. Absolutely.
Councillor Cunningham, you had a question or a comment?
Couple comments, yep. So I do share Councillor Fobb's concern over the governance committee. To me, when I read it, it felt like a meeting before a meeting. And we as municipal government get sometimes fingers pointed at us that we have meetings before a meeting. So to me, that would just be another entity in that, but that's just my opinion. The RFD does say we want it could possibly be heavily modeled with Red Deer County. So, I mean, I think it's prudent to look at that one. When you mention, you know, the notice of motions, so I went through our procedural bylaw and compared it to the Red Deer County. And I guess just to back up, one of the reasons, I'm all for governance. I mean, I think most of us, I mean, I've watched other council meetings. I think we conduct ourselves pretty well, actually, compared to what some other municipalities do. We just had a ratepayer in here today that's concerned about our budget, and I can't say that's the first time I've heard it. So when I look at this and I have to justify between $7,500 and $15,000, I, again, from last time asked what the key outcomes were. When I compare them, they both talk about RFDs. We have RFDs. They talk about notice of motion, reconsidering, rescinding, amending, strat plans, action lists, council requests, council briefings. We have all that. We currently do that. So again, I guess I'm just looking for clarity of what in our documentation we are missing. When I look at theirs, their last thing is a request for clarity tool. It's for administration to receive clarity from council. Government of all entities talks about red tape reduction. I mean, I heard Mr. Reeve, the Reeve say today to Mr. Hogan and to Ms. Hazelton, have you received the information from us to move forward with what you need to do? I don't think we need a document that says we need a request for clarity tool. That's red tape reduction to me. I mean, just say it, ask it. I mean, so again, I'm just going back to this. If I'm gonna ask the ratepayers to spend possibly $15,000, maybe more when we add per diems and other things, I'm just not seeing what we're missing in our current documents. When I think back to the last meeting when we talked about it, Reeve King, there was talk about when we sit around this table and if we're doing things exactly as we should. We are never, even with this model, going to sit here and do things exactly as we should. To err is human and to forgive is divine. There was also talk about uniformity within council. I hope we never have uniformity as per a definition. I mean, uniformity means to be the same as everyone else. I don't want us to be the same as everyone else. And actually, if you look at it in the dictionary, it says we do not seek to impose total uniformity on every decision that's made. So I'm not in favor of uniformity in any way. So again, I'm all for the training if we want to do another day of training. But I mean, I know there was a few of us that attended in January 2024, a day and a half refresher that Ian McCormick presented. We want to do that again, but I literally just look at these tools and compare it to what we have, and I'm still just not seeing what we're missing. And the cost of $15,000 and upwards, I can't justify it to the ratepayers. So that's where I'm at.
Okay, thank you for that. Any other questions, comments? Ultimately, it comes down to what's the wish of council? Guess I would be seeking some direction from council in terms of what is it that we wish to do. Counselor McGee?
King, you brought this forward originally. What is it that you ideally would like to have? Because I do see the point of where we have a lot of the documentation. There's anything truly new that would come out of this as far as information or policy or procedure. It's more streamlining the ease of that, or like, what would be the purpose, I think, that you're looking for, so that I can clearly understand?
Well, I guess Councillor Cunningham used the word uniformity. I'm not looking for uniformity in terms of councillors, but I am looking for consistency in approach to governance, so that we're asking and processing the information that we're receiving and making requests of administration and others in a consistent fashion that's clear and transparent. I don't know if you've read the entire document that's attached to the Red Deer review, whether you've read just the executive summary or whether you've actually read the huge document that's there. And if you've never seen Kneehill County in that document, then you didn't read it, because I see myself there and I see us as council there. And some of the things around communication and willingness to be accountable and responsible to each other, to sticking to protocols and being willing to give direction as a council to administration rather than individually as councillors to administration. The whole idea around relationship between administration and councillors and council as a whole, and how we manage and maintain that. And yes, I know we have it in other documents, but do we have a clear understanding of that? Have we ever had the conversation where we were prepared to challenge each other to say, I don't think you're following through on this governance model. I don't think you're living up to the code of conduct. Are we prepared or willing to do that for each other? And so when I read through the whole document that ended up in their governance model, I see us there. And so that's the reason I brought it forward. If council does not want to do that, then I will totally go along with that. I will completely support that. I just think that there's an opportunity here for us, not only, I'm coming right to you, Councillor Phobes, not only for us to learn together here as a council right now, but to set the groundwork for future councils. Councillor Phobes, please go ahead.
I actually have a question for my only employee, which is Mr. Hogan. In the last 3 years that I have sat here, have I been in contravention? I mean, I just want to know if I failed somehow. I would like for someone to bring that to my knowledge so I can correct it. Besides bringing forth a $7,000 to $15,000 document, I would rather deal with it in the moment of me making the mistake so I can correct it in that moment.
So, because the question was directly asked of Mr. Hogan, I would go to him for response first.
Could I suggest instead that we go into closed session for
Then
a
we have a
response?
closed session.
That could be appropriate, yeah. I do have one comment unrelated to that question, though, that I can address in open, that is an open session addressing.
Okay.
As we look up, there were some concerns raised earlier with the Governance and Priorities Committee. If you look at Red Deer County, how they're operating, that's essentially what they're calling Committee of the Whole. So in formalizing that, their Committee of the Whole meetings are, what they're doing at Governance Priorities is essentially what we're doing at Committee of the Whole. There's obviously some nuances and some differences into what they're directing there. But when you look at it, here's delegations and/or refers these to council, reviews reports and minutes from committee meetings, reviews matters forwarded to it by the council or chief administrative officer, refers matters to council for formal consideration, provides a forum for members of council to raise matters for discussion, questions, or concerns, provides a forum for members of council to participate in county-led education. A lot of that is really what we're doing through Committee of the Whole. We're just calling it something different. Again, obviously there's some differences there.
Okay, well, I'm still looking for direction from council as to what we would like to do here. Councillor McGee, are we wanting to do a brief closed session, or? I would need a motion to that effect. I would need direction from council if that's what we're asking for.
That was, I'll make the motion.
Okay, so I have a motion from Councillor McGee that we go into closed session, and I'm going to maybe section 17, personal privacy. It's as good as any of the other ones.
I think so.
Okay. So we have a motion to go into closed session under section 17, disclosure harmful to personal privacy. Or we could use section 24, advice from officials, but I think I would stay with section 17. All those in favor? And that motion is carried. I'm good, Carolyn? Okay, we had a motion to return to open session at 4:07. There are no motions coming out of the closed session. It's now 4:10, and I am going to call the council meeting back to order. And we are going to go back to 7.4, Kneehill County Governance Model. And I would be looking for direction from council in terms of either to go forward or to abandon the process. So at this point, I'd be looking for a motion for direction from council. Councillor Christie.
I believe that communication and working on communication is extremely important. With all the discussion we've had this afternoon, I would make the motion to direct administration to develop a Kneehill County governance model document for council approval with funding coming from the 2024 approved operating budget.
Okay, thank you for that. So we do have a motion to direct administration to develop for council approval. Is there any discussion to that motion? Mr. Hogan, oh, sorry, Councillor Phobes, thank you for pointing that out, Mr. Hogan.
Just for clarity, like, how are we taking this out of the 2024 budget when we didn't approve this in the 2024 budget? I'm just looking for clarity, please.
Okay, thanks for that question. Mr. Hogan.
Through Mr. Chair, in the 2024 operating budget, there are areas that council has within the council budget for things like strategic planning. There is a contingency in there of a small amount. It would be council actually using those funds to pay for this. This motion would give the authority to do so.
Okay, are there any other questions or discussion related to the motion? Okay, I'm not seeing any, so I'm going to ask the question. All those in favor? Opposed? The motion is carried. Thank you. We're going to move on to item 8.1, which is disposition of delegation business. Ms. Vanderkool, do you want to just introduce this for us, please?
Sure, thank you. So Kevin Niemi was scheduled to he did present today to council at 1:30. The purpose of Mr. Niemi's presentation was to voice his concern regarding council's initial unapproved draft budget. And it is up to council to decide how to approach Mr. Niemi's questions.
Okay. Thank you for that. There was a number of questions that were raised within Mr. Niemi's presentation, particularly around councillor opinions related to Horseshoe Canyon and why Horseshoe Canyon. There was a question on budget formulation and how that process is developed. I think that would be fairly easy to illustrate that process in written format. The other questions related to specific items within budget. I guess we can show why they are there and respond in writing to that. And go ahead, Councillor McGee.
I'm hesitant to have that much in writing. We have a very clear process that's well understood. We have had many discussions with each decision we've made. I find the question asking how would we express in convincing ways to justify his tax dollars for Horseshoe Canyon. That's a very, very fair question, but it's a political question that each one of us would have separate. We had a chance to debate those things, and we will continue to debate them as we go forward. We haven't made any huge commitments at this time. We've made ideas at this time. And so I think I really struggle. I struggle with how is best to proceed here, because I want to respect his information, and his questions are very valid. I also feel that it is not within our public policy that this is how we address some of those questions. I think our answer needs to be more about the process of where he can find those answers, as opposed to very specific answers. The budget is going to be discussed over a lengthy time. His input has been heard, and we will consider his input as we would any other resident. I think is the simple answer we need to put in. I don't think we need to, we don't need to explain beyond that. The explanations are in every council meeting that we talk budget. They're on our website. There's lots of opportunities for that to be there that we can maybe direct them to, but detailing that is, I think, more than we need to ask administration to do, because we already have many processes in place for that. I'm not sure. It's just my opinion. I'd like a very simple answer about that, and our personal convincing ways to justify the money. To me, this is not the format to ask that question.
Okay, thank you for that. Councillor Penner, sure.
I just have a question for administration. Before today, did Mr. Niemi call regarding any of this information?
Mr. Hogan?
Through Mr. Chair, I believe that Mr. Niemi had a conversation around Horseshoe Canyon with Mr. Gannon, probably 2 weeks ago.
Through the chair, yes.
Okay, thank you for that.
I would just like to
Go ahead, Councillor Penner.
add, I really appreciate Mr. Niemi coming in, and I wish more people would come in. I've said this numerous times, especially when a very important thing like budget, leading up to it, it could be months leading up to it, just little things for us to think about and whatnot else. But in saying that, the ratepayer, you need to have respect for us that sit in this seat. This is not an easy seat, and I think it is very disrespectful when inappropriate words are used. I am a ratepayer as well as the delegation today, Mr. Niemi, that came in. We are both ratepayers, and I am concerned about the money. I pay taxes just as much as he does. So I think we need to have respect, not only for the council, but for the administration. And I was appalled, to be honest with you. I was appalled with the language that was used. You brought up some great ideas, but I was appalled with the language.
Thank you for that. Council, other comments? Councillor McGee.
Thank you for bringing that up. I also had intended to speak on the language. We have had delegates come at various times, and be able to have their point of view done very respectfully and very clearly, and I do think that's something we need to tame. Just to have out there, I would like the public to know that what I learned today is there was harm done to our staff and the municipality as a whole, as well to each one of us individually sitting here. It's a big deal to sit here, and we take it very seriously, and to use language that belittles that is very unfortunate. But not only is it unfortunate, it's unacceptable. This is a meeting of governance to make solid decisions around information. Bring me information, but bringing me slander or opinion without information is not the same thing. And should I see this type of representation again, I will be stopping that conversation midpoint. I won't be waiting until the end like I did this time. Just so people know that myself, we have the policy that says that isn't to exist, and I will not listen to such a thing again.
Okay, thank you for that. I guess I would like to take the opportunity to weigh in as well, and I'm not sure what the formal process for response to Mr. Niemi is going to be. However, I do want to point out the fact that I agree with the two councillors who spoke on respectful language and respectful conversation. I think we have amazing employees. I think we have absolutely unbelievable staff at the higher levels, senior leadership team and beyond. And I guess I apologize to our staff and to senior leadership and to you, Mr. Hogan, CAO, for allowing that to persist in today's meeting. My apologies to all of you. I also want to address the fact that the things that are coming forward around Horseshoe Canyon are a result of a much long, extended discussion here at Council and an eventual approval of a Horseshoe Canyon master plan. And when that was approved, my expectation was I would see staff and administration bringing forward initiatives to follow the Horseshoe Canyon master plan. I fully expected to see dollars in budget and proposals on how we might move forward there. That was a long conversation. As far as the conversation around budget and direction, we still aren't finished that conversation. However, there has been some policy set previously in terms of direction around how we pay our staff and how we value the work they do. That's been in front of council for a long time, and we are just moving forward with decisions we've already made as council when we start to talk about staff reimbursement and how we pay our people and how we value them. As far as the economic development, again, that's council direction to administration to move that forward. That's not administration coming to council saying you need to do this. Certainly they might have highlighted or brought it to our attention that it's something that we needed to address, but as council, we've had that conversation. We've made those discussions, we've made decisions, and we've given direction to administration to say, please bring this forward, please move this agenda more quickly than it has been moving in the past. Part of that was we hired an additional economic development person to help accelerate that process. So again, it is a council decision and council direction, and it's been done in open council for everyone to see and hear and to be aware of the fact of the direction that we're going. And I agree with you, Councillor Penner. There is nobody sitting at this table who gets any personal accolades or acknowledgement for the work we do here as council. It's not an easy job, and I just want to say to the councillors who are sitting at this table with myself and to Councillor Phopes, who's on video today, how much I appreciate the work that each one of you do. And as the Reeve, I'm not the best at this job that there possibly can be, but I need you to know that the work you do is acknowledged by me, and I very much appreciate that. And I am also quite grateful to council for the support that we have a further conversation around how we work together, how we manage within this organization to govern, and also to give direction to our administration and staff. And so I very much appreciate that support today as well. So I think I've probably said all I need to say, and I'm open to hearing from others. And Mr. Hogan, if you wish, you go right ahead, please.
Thank you, Reeve King. On behalf of myself and administration, I'd like to thank council for the acknowledgement around the decorum that we saw earlier today. I know from administration, so from my perspective, I didn't think that was appropriate or fair to go after. Those points can be made in a better way. So I'm not taking away the ability for the resident to come in, or any resident, or the ability to talk with council. But I am glad to hear the acknowledgement that we don't feel that the way that was done was appropriate for the decorum within the council chamber. So on behalf of myself, thank you, and thank you for that support of administration.
Mr. Christie, Councillor Christie.
I have, my main comment is Mr. Niemi needs to understand that we sit here and represent 5,000 ratepayers. There's people just as positive on Horseshoe Canyon as he is negative, and that's just one topic. But we represent 5,000 people that all have very diverse, different opinions that we try and do the best job we can do.
Thank you for that. So I guess I want to respond to Mr. Niemi in some way, shape, or form to answer some of the questions. And simpler is probably, I heard you, Deputy Reeve, simpler is probably best. And so, I don't know, I guess I'd be looking for direction from council in terms of how we go about that. I don't think Mr. Niemi feels that our verbal response here in response to his delegation is sufficient, and that he would like more than that. But I am, again, prepared to hear from council and go forward in whatever direction you give to myself and to administration in terms of how we might respond as a council to that, to his requests. Go ahead, Deputy Reeve.
Does our policy have anything stating about how to respond? If we do, we need to take a look at that. If we don't, I'd like to suggest we make something. It is my opinion that bringing information does not require response. It requires us to ask questions for the information, but we should not be responding. This isn't the first delegation to ask us to respond, and at that time I was a little uncomfortable with it and I dropped it, and I apologize. I do not want this to become a habit that people see this as an opportunity to put us in a hot seat. It is not. It is to bring us information so we can make good decisions. And so the question, what would you express, convincing your ways to justify Horseshoe Canyon? I'm sorry, I have said my reasons many times in many meetings. We have had public consultations. We have had groups that are representatives that have been on task force. This council has elevated public participation to quite an extensive level compared to when I first became a councillor. And I think each and every one of you should be very proud of the work we've done for that. And so let's use the tools we've worked hard to instill and be clear about what this tool is for. This tool is to bring information. We do discuss that information and your delegation always at number 8, and like all other people, please stay to hear that. Or we are one of the few counties that have our stuff online for you to see at your leisure or in real time. That is many opportunities to hear the response, more than a lot of counties give, and I think this is, though we had made a promise, I see us writing today because we did make that promise. My point is, going forward, I don't want to write again under this format.
Okay, and the only, I guess, one of the reasons I'm suggesting that we respond is just in terms of, if you choose not to have a conversation around Horseshoe Canyon, just to say that it's been a conversation in council for many, 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 many months and longer than that. And that the Horseshoe Canyon Master Plan is a reflection of the decisions made by council and the support that council has for the Horseshoe Canyon. As far as budget, I would say basically I think the simple answer is budget is an ongoing process. It has not yet been finalized. There are many things that are being proposed that council has either yet to give approval to or not. And that over the course of time, that conversation will continue to happen in the public forum at a council meeting and not behind closed doors. So it's open for comment. And then I think just a reinforcement that things like needs assessment and hiring consultants and so on is really a drive by council to look at being more cost effective. So rather than bringing, 3, 4 or whatever additional full-time staff on board, we really are taking care of our resources in the best way possible by hiring short-term consultation to develop material to help us move forward. So I think that's, to me, Councillor or Deputy Reeve McGee, that's the answer that we give. And I would say we set a precedent when we responded to wind concerns, Kneehill. And so I don't think it has to be long or lengthy, and beyond those sort of short response, I don't see anything more. Councillor Christie.
One of his requests was that we all answer where we felt. That's inappropriate for me. This is council. It's council's decision as a whole, not individually. And that's inappropriate for him to even ask that question.
Okay. And that's why I said the response to Horseshoe Canyon would be that it has been a council discussion for a length of time, and the Horseshoe Canyon Master Plan clearly demonstrates council's commitment to Horseshoe Canyon and what our plans are looking and going forward. And that should answer that question for him. Any other comments? I'll go to Councillor Cunningham and then come back to you, Mr. Hogan.
So I'm gonna only, excuse me, this voice thing to only speak for myself. I think going forward, if we have a delegation or whether it's a public hearing, whatever it may be, if the chair of that meeting feels that the delegation or whatever it may be is acting inappropriately or improperly, I would refer to our procedural bylaw. We've talked a lot about governance today. I don't always agree with every member sitting around the table here, but what I do is I do abide as best as I can by our procedural bylaw. Our procedural bylaw does state, section 53, number 2, the chair may have ask someone to leave if they're acting improperly or having a disturbance. So we trust the Reeve, the Deputy Reeve, and anybody who sits in the chair. At least I trust them to make that judgment. Said I'm not always going to agree, but if that was to happen, you would full-heartedly have my support going forward. So that's just where I'm at on that. So.
Okay, thank you for that. Okay, if there's no other discussion, oh yes, sorry, Mr. Hogan, I'm sorry. Thank you, Deputy Reeve.
Thank you. Just for clarification, from the discussion, I believe we're intending to send Mr. Niemi a written response. Is I believe what I've heard? Okay. So just looking for that clarity. If it's amenable to council, we can draft that letter for the Reeve or for council's review prior to it going out.
Okay.
And if that's the direction, or that's how council is addressing the delegation, then maybe capturing that in a motion directing administration to draft a letter of response to Mr. Niemi would be appropriate.
Deputy Reeve McGee, I see you wanting to.
I was just going to say that I'm quite content with you reviewing it with the Reeve. It does not have to be full council, but that's up to council to decide.
Okay, well, I would need a motion of some type to give direction to administration. So somebody care to make a motion that's being crafted as we speak? All right, so I would be looking for a motion to give direction to administration. Council. Somebody care to make that motion? I'll do what I do at FCSS, I'll just designate. Councilor Christie.
I'll make the motion to direct administration to proceed with a written response to Mr. Niemi regarding his delegation at today's meetings.
Okay, thank you for that. Any further discussion to the motion? Councilor Penner.
I just want to put out there that this is not something that we normally do. This is just a one-off situation.
Okay, thank you for that. Any further comment or discussion? Deputy Reeve McGee.
I just want to tell you, Reeve, that I support how you want to handle this, but I am not going to vote in favor of this motion because I do not support this becoming a practice.
Okay, thank you for that. Councilor Forbes? Yes. Councilor Forbes?
I may not agree with how Mr. Niemi may have said a few of the items. I do agree with him as a person in our county who had the courage to sit before our council, where a lot of people don't have that courage. It is intimidating to come into this room and voice your opinion on what you're going to be paying for. So I don't agree with how he disrespected the staff, but I do give him kudos for having the bravery to sit before us and voice his opinions.
And I guess my comment would be is we have always encouraged ratepayers to come as delegations and appear before council. And I think the only thing we're really pointing out is methodology. And I think one of the things we talked about was perhaps we need to adjust our delegation form to clearly outline what the expectation is in terms of conduct when presenting. And that may be a motion that we want to make subsequent to this one to have an adjustment made in that delegation form. So we do have a motion. Is there any further comment, direction to the motion that we direct administration to proceed with a written response to Mr. Niemi regarding his delegation at today's meeting? I'm not seeing any, so I'm going to ask the question. All those in favor? Opposed? Sorry, the motion's carried. So do we want to give direction to have the delegation format changed to address public conduct in our meeting or not?
I think it's a great idea.
Mr. Hogan, please go ahead.
I think, Mr. Reeve, if council's amenable to this, the form itself was created by administration. Obviously, council's seen it in the agenda, so there's been no formal approval mechanism for that form. It's just one of the ones we create out of various bylaws and that to give guidance. So if council's good with it administratively, we can just make that change.
Okay. So no formal directions required. You just heard from council and you'll go forward then. Is council agreeable to that?
Absolutely.
I see a bunch of heads nodding, so we're good. All right. We are going to move on then in our agenda to 9.1, council and committee reports. Councillor Christie, Community Futures Wildrose.
Okay, I touched the base a little bit last meeting on the heart of the community, or of our community initiative for next year. Keep thinking about who you'd nominate for either quarter 2 or 3 for everybody in your division that you would promote. Everybody's going to allow one nomination right through the whole Community Futures group. So it'll be interesting to see where it goes, but it'll give some advertising for all that small business. The other part was that they pointed out that in their graph, I gotta find what page where it says the arrow points to Kneehill County, but it goes to Three Hills. On page 255, the arrow's supposed to go to Kneehill County. Three Hills was more than obliging to take that share. But if there's any questions from the minutes or the loan report.
Okay, thank you for that, Councillor Christie. Next one would be Division 5, 9.2. So Councillor Cunningham, that's you.
Okay, so I did touch on this when we had the RFD come forward about the reclamation. So yeah, just again, attended 3 virtual webinar sessions from Alberta Environment and Protected Areas on reclamation of oil and gas, wind and solar, which was very informative. With Kneehill Housing, I participated in the CEO interview process. We are very close to announcing our CEO probably by next meeting. I had a ratepayer bring forward the Palliser Grazing Club, and they just wanted to make mention. I wasn't aware of it, so it was good information for me. Please check them out if you want to know more information. On November 6th at 1 p.m. at Rumsey Community Hall, there's a speaker coming talking about cost of production and marketing your cattle. So it looks like some really good presentations that they put on. So check that out or ask me for more information. And I just want to give a shout out to all businesses in Kneehill County and to our urban friends. It is Small Business Week this week. It is not easy owning a rural business. It's challenging, not for the faint of heart, but it is very rewarding. So thank you for all that you do. I always say the best way to support small business is to support small business. So please get out there and shop local. So yeah, that's it for me.
Okay, thank you. And just to follow up the Palliser group that you were talking about, grazing group, that information has been forwarded to our Ag Services person, and she has responded to say she's got it and will be following up. 9.3, Drum Solid Waste, Councillor Penner.
We had a meeting last week, busy working on budget, the staff is, and of course it's hard because everyone's got their organizational meeting, so we had a couple of new faces at the last meeting and there'll be a couple of new faces at the next meeting, depending on how everybody's organizational meetings went. We had 3 school tours actually to the landfill and the recycling side and everything, so great response from the school kids just to try and teach them a little bit about what happens with their recycling and their garbage. Busy working on the requisitions. Now it's really hard, we're hoping there will be no increase, but we've had a few things thrown at us and our local department knows all about EPR, and what we as a Drumheller Solid Waste are trying to do is to gather information from the different communities and how they're dealing with industry's cardboard in the commercial side, because we will be fined if they find commercial cardboard in the bins that they're picking up, because EPR is just to do with residential, not to do with business. So it's still up in the air, this whole program and how it's going to run, but April 1st or April 25th, like that, it's supposed to be up and running. So budget should stay pretty much the same. We can't really say if we're going to have more income, less income, because we really don't know where it's going to be at, and hope we never get fined. Busy looking for another auditor. And also advertising for the new hours at the landfill. As of January 1st, there will be some new hours. One expense that was dropped on us was the inbound scale was not talking to the outbound scale. So we had to update that software, and it was very old. And because we're not a huge landfill, it didn't pay for us to do the yearly subscription. So we had a 3,000 something bill because to try and get the 2 computers to talk to one another. So we had to upgrade our software for that. And as you probably noticed, and we advertised in our ag newsletter, that the Clean Farms has the ag chemical roundup. It was in Drumheller yesterday, and I think it's in Olds here in a couple of days. So any of that unused, whether it's chemical for spraying or for livestock, you can drop it off there. Thank you.
Counselor Forbes.
I just want to mention my son went with all of Uncle Jerry's farm stuff to Three Hills. That's today. So we took all of our old cow medicines to the Three Hills at Pioneer.
Okay, next one would be 9.4, and that would be you, Counselor McGee. Deputy Reeve McGee, sorry.
I attended the greatest pitch that was hosted by Central Alberta Economic Partnership. It was probably one of their best practical events as far as tools to take home, great information, just absolutely outstanding. So I gave you a little bit of a blurb there in my package that I sent late. So if you want to look at that, I just wanted to emphasize a couple things that came out of that, one of which is economic development is a very hard thing to do as any type of level of government because it's a long haul decision. And it takes some creative ideas sometimes that the average person next to you might not even see why there's merit to it. And the example that the one speaker, Natalie Gibson, spoke about was the Temple Gardens at Moose Jaw. How that started because a community group really wanted to see a way to keep their town from dying off. It was becoming a ghost town. They found creative ways to get water, to create the spa with the natural spring. They then have created a great hotel, which then has brought other type of tourism projects that have come forward. And so in the last 20 years now, they are a very happening, prosperous town with many small businesses and many tourist opportunities. And how, you know, when they started this 20 years ago, they didn't, oh, I think 30 years ago, excuse me. They had this vision and hope, but many of the people who started the process aren't even here to see that they have made Moose Jaw a place to go. And I thought that was a very inspiring example. So I wanted to share that because, you know me, I'm full of inspiring ideas. So thanks for indulging me, but I also wanted to suggest that if we ever want to speak more about how to become more informed on economic readiness or any of those other things, each one of these speakers were absolutely outstanding, and Natalie Gibson is a former municipal councillor, and so her concept of how council works through this process was very helpful, and I think she is very open to being called to discuss this with administration or us if we ever choose to need something like that.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Deputy Reeve McGee. I'll get it sometime in the next 12 months.
Oh, no worries.
The next item on that was my Division 7 report. I gave you some thoughts from the Rural Health Professional Conference that I attended in Wainwright for 2 days. There is a massive amount of material from the presentations that I have a link to if anyone is interested. Needless to say, there is an increased focus on training and developing doctors in a rural environment and other medical professionals as well, with the hope that we can connect them early to rural and keep them rural. I also attended Trochu Housing Corporation meeting. Their planning and design stage of the project is mostly complete. There was some drawing yet to be finalized. The plan is to go to tender soon on phase 2, which is the above ground portion of the building. We learned during that meeting that the letter from the Minister of Municipal Affairs regarding the extended borrowing was signed. And I had a chat yesterday with the CAO of Trochu, just a short visit, and he said that as of this evening, Trochu will be having a special council meeting where they plan to do second and third reading of their borrowing bylaw. And the hope is to have equipment on site next week. So we are moving forward there. All right. So if there's no questions with regard to council and committee reports, the next item is to have a motion to accept them for information. Councillor Whitstock.
Okay, I would move the council accept the accepts for information the council and committee reports as presented.
Thank you very much. All those in favor? And that's carried unanimously. The next item on our agenda is the council follow-up action list. Which is in your package and unfortunately not in large font this time around. I might have to put my glasses back on. Are there any questions regarding the council follow-up action list? I guess I had one for regarding the advertising promotion around the closing of the Torrington landfill. How soon would that information be out for the public to have access to? Mr. Zier.
Thank you. Through the chair, yeah, we are currently working on that communication package as well as council's direction to receive some information on expanding the cell there. Hope to have that early November for release to the public.
Okay, thank you for that.
Okay.
Any other questions regarding the follow-up action list? I'm not seeing any. If not, I would entertain a motion to receive the council follow-up action list as presented for information. Councillor Penner.
I would make that motion.
Okay, so we have a motion from Councillor Penner that we receive for information the council follow-up action list as presented. Any further discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor? And that is carried unanimously. We have a very, very short closed session item to deal with under section 16, third-party business. So I would entertain a motion to go into closed session, and I mean it will be short.
Like less than 2 minutes? Less than 2 minutes?
Less than 2 minutes. There we are, we're live. Okay, we had a motion to return to open session at 4:56. It's now 4:58. I'll call the meeting back to order. There are no motions coming out of the closed session where we dealt with section 16, third-party business interests. And as there's no further business, I am going to adjourn the meeting at 4:58. As soon as